Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! Welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hey explorers, like I just said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. You're gonna wanna stay tuned for today's video topics, heffalumps and woozles. Stay tuned and find out. Let me turn on my access here. I'm a little hoarse. My voice is a little raspy today, but let me flip the camera. Let me show you what I'm looking at. We're actually looking at the Walt Disney World Railroad's Main Street station, and the locomotive is pulling out of the station as we speak. You could hear the spiel in the background. We'll check the chat in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's come back down to ground level here. You could see the Mickey floral along with the Disney PhotoPass photographer. It appears we were experiencing some technical issues at the beginning or the start of this live stream, but I think we're all set up now, good to go. You may have saw me on screen appear on an irregular fashion, but I could assure you everything is good to go now. But let's get on with the show and check in with the chat. I'm sure it's rolling. Kenneth, welcome in, welcome back. Kenneth says, all you need is a little bit of magic. That's right. Thank you for being here, Kenneth. That is the spirit. And Fast Pass Radio, welcome in, welcome back. Fast Pass Radio says, join Fun to Be Free with John live from Magic Kingdom as we dive into Disney's big moves. Like and subscribe to catch how Bob Iger tackles the Epic Universe Challenge. Look at you go, Fast Pass Radio. Fast Pass Radio again says, join John with Fun to Be Free live from Magic Kingdom as we dive into Disney's big moves. Like and subscribe to catch how Bob Iger tackles the Epic Universe Challenge. Well done, Fast Pass Radio. Very well done. It's almost like I'm predictable now. But today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. Bob Iger responds to elephant in the room? You gotta be kidding me, right? No, I'm not. John with Fun to Be Free assures you that today's video topic is about heffalumps and woozles. But again, Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, Bob Iger responds to elephant in the room. Well, hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now.
Love you too.
Oh, hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free, nice to see you. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned and find out. But we're now in Town Square. You can see the attendance is a little on the lighter side today. You can hear the Dapper Dan singing off in the distance on Main Street, USA as well. We're gonna head over to the Emporium. It's a little bright out here. So let's head into some air conditioning. The phone screen, the streamer phone, and the bat phone screen is very dim, very dark in the bright Florida sun right now. So let me enable the wireless feature on the bat phone. We'll come back to the chat as soon as we can, but we gotta, jump into the breaking news, if you will. Hold on just a moment. Like I said, I'm enabling the bat phone so I could send the wireless video from my phone over to your device at home. Hold on just a second. We're almost all set up. I'm actually going to take my sunglasses off, place it on my shirt. The breaking news. All right, so website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. Again, shout out, website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. In just a few moments, the World Today animation will come off the screen over to the right-hand side and reveal today's headline. So here we go. Disney responds to Universal's Epic Universe. Again, today's headline, Disney responds to Universal's Epic Universe. Isn't this a big deal? Here we go. Since Universal Orlando announced its third theme park, fans have been anxiously awaiting an answer to this question. How will Walt Disney World answer Epic Universe? Well, Bob Iger and Josh D'Amaro have provided that response. Fair warning, this is not going to be even remotely satisfying to most fans. Updated May 14th, 2025. The latest development comes via a question and answer session that Disney Experiences chairman Josh D'Amaro participated in at the Moffett-Nathanson Media, Internet, and Communications Conference on May 14th, 2025. During that, the head of Parks and Resorts once again addressed the competition posed by Epic Universe and how the opening of Universal Orlando's new theme park has impacted bookings at Walt Disney World. D'Amaro pointed to the new additions at Walt Disney World over the last several years and basically reiterated the rising tides lifts all ships thesis that's been advanced by CEO Bob Iger and CFO Hugh Johnston over the last several earnings calls and beyond. D'Amaro drew attention to Tron Light Cycle Run, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, and more, saying he could almost guarantee that new tourists coming into the market are not going to miss any of those attractions. He pointed to Walt Disney World's strong results for the last quarter, as well as the forward-looking forecast, which we discussed at length in Walt Disney World. Bookings are up for the rest of 2025. As the title suggests, bookings are outpacing last year for the remainder of 2025 and into 2026. During Disney's latest earnings calls, CFO Hugh Johnston expressed enthusiasm for the experience segment, indicating it performed better than expected for the fiscal quarter. Johnston also revealed that bookings for Walt Disney World are trending up 4% in the third quarter, are up 7% for the fourth quarter, and even early 2026 is outpacing the prior year. As a result, the experiences segment should outperform Disney's original guidance. D'Amaro pointed to these year-over-year bookings that the strong numbers speak for themselves and underscore that Walt Disney World's strategy is working. D'Amaro reiterated that Walt Disney World isn't seeing any signs of attendance cannibalization from Epic Universe. Let me read that again. D'Amaro reiterated that Walt Disney World isn't seeing any signs of attendance cannibalization from Epic Universe. Finally, D'Amaro made clear that the company is not sitting back in a wait-and-see position. Disney continues to invest heavily in its turbocharged growth plan and is always on the offensive, as will be demonstrated by the 10-year plan that'll be revealed in the future. What we have thus far is essentially Walt Disney World's 5-year plan. All in all, not really much new ground covered. In fact, this is so eerily similar to what was said before that it felt like D'Amaro was reading from the same script that CEO Bob Iger used last year at the same conference, albeit updated with fresh forecasts on bookings. Here's what was previously shared by the CEO at last year's event, along with our commentary to that from last year, so you could assess for yourself how well our perspective has aged. For his part, Bob Iger participated at the Moffett-Nathanson Media and Communications Summit on May 15, 2024. During that, Disney's CEO once again addressed the competition from Universal's Epic Universe, expressing confidence in the strategic investments that Walt Disney World has made over the last 5 years and the company's portfolio of intellectual property. More to the point, Iger said this: "As we've seen in the past, when Universal has expanded, it brings more visitors to Orlando. That's fine. We've had the competition from them for a long time. I'm mindful of what they're doing, but I'm confident. I like our hand. I'm confident in what we've built, and I'm confident in what we'll continue to build. It's not something that should be distracting to us or anxiety-provoking." In discussing what Walt Disney World has already built, Iger pointed to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, Tron Light Cycle Run, in other additions. He also talked up the record-setting attendance and growth Disney's parks and resorts have achieved post-pandemic, as well as their multi-generational appeal. The experience that we deliver, whether it's at a park or on a cruise ship, is an extraordinary experience that I think where the value is not going away. It's showing no signs of ebbing at all, Iger said. He's also commented on the park's resiliency, indicating that investments in Walt Disney World and other parks are smart, as a result echoing comments he's made previously. During the same conference, Comcast CEO Brian Roberts discussed Universal's Epic Universe and called it the absolute state-of-the-art, best in the world theme park. High praise. Roberts continued to hype up Epic Universe and state-of-the-art technology. It'll use both on attractions and throughout the park as a whole. Epic Universe is going to redefine the park experience, he added. Roberts noted that Universal has taken several years to build Epic Universe, and it's one of the most ambitious construction projects in the United States. There's more dirt that's been moved, steel brought in to build hotels, restaurants, retail. I don't think there's been anything quite like Epic Universe in the country. Prior to this, an article in the Wall Street Journal addressed the threat Epic Universe poses to Disney. It was mostly grievances from fans, but there was one tidbit from Disney in the article. Epic Universe is Universal playing catch-up on a decade of non-stop development at Walt Disney World, said a Walt Disney World spokesperson. The company indicated that it has been offering a steady stream of new and reimagined attractions, pointing to popular rides that have been added or updated in the last decade. This is also nothing new and echoes what CEO Bob Iger said recently about Epic Universe during the annual shareholder meeting. During that, Iger was asked why Disney hasn't prepared anything or placed more than just a handful of attractions in the pipeline to be ready in 2025 at Walt Disney World in response to Epic Universe. In response, Disney CEO Bob Iger said that couldn't be further from the truth. We've been aware of Universal's plans for a new theme park for more than a decade. We have a sophisticated approach to analyzing the needs of all of our businesses and strategically deploying capital. Iger pointed to a laundry list of additions at Walt Disney World during the same period: Pandora World of Avatar at Animal Kingdom, Toy Story Land and Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway at Hollywood Studios, Tron Light Cycle Run at Magic Kingdom. Finally, the multi-billion-dollar transformation of Epcot, which included Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, Journey of Water-inspired Moana, and the Great Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. By staggering these new launches, we've been able to commercially and operationally optimize our new offerings over time rather than all at once. Based on the guest feedback we've heard about through all of these additions I've mentioned, we know they're extremely popular and serving our guests very well, added Iger. As we've discussed regarding our $60 billion capital expenditure plans, there's so much more coming to our parks around the world, including Walt Disney World in Florida, he concluded. At least in part, we know what Iger is saying is true about Disney's preference for staggering openings because we lived through this happening in a bad way. Remember, everything that was supposed to debut in time for Walt Disney World's 50th anniversary? Now remember when all of that actually opened. Walt Disney World took projects that were supposed to all debut by 2021 and spread them out into 2022 and 2023. They didn't do that primarily due to pandemic-induced construction delays, labor shortages, and so forth, although undoubtedly played a contributing factor. They did it because slow rolling the opening of attractions was strategically advantageous, especially because they shelved several other projects that were supposed to be open in the years after 2021. That approach has been a sore subject with this blog, but at least from a financial perspective, Disney played its cards well. Well, mostly. I still maintain that it was short-sighted to reduce the scale of the original Epcot Festival Center and to delay that project for years instead of fast-tracking it. I think this viewpoint has been vindicated by Epcot attendance and crowds since the World Celebration construction walls have mostly come down, but that's another topic for another day. One thing not to expect as part of that $60 billion investment plan is a fifth gate. Despite many fans wanting a new theme park, our view on that remains unchanged. It absolutely won't happen. Here's why a fifth theme park will not be built at Walt Disney World in the next decade. So real quick, once this live stream is over, once it's concluded, visit DisneyTouristBlog.com and click on this red link, why a fifth theme park will not be built at Walt Disney World in the next decade. And we have the Dapper Dans. Oh, look at this. In for a real treat. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. That was something special. Honestly, I don't want a fifth gate to happen anytime soon. This isn't because I think Walt Disney World is a perfect as is, or that other park wouldn't be cool. Quite the contrary. It's mostly because 3 of the 4 existing parks need a lot of help. Magic Kingdom doesn't, but it's getting it anyway. That $17 billion would be far better spent improving what's already there rather than sinking billions into new infrastructure and other things that aren't new or reimagined rides. In reality, Disney won't have any official answer to Epic Universe beyond the above comments about Universal playing catch-up. They won't acknowledge the project as a threat. These are all words we've written before in previous posts. Most notably is Universal beating Walt Disney World. Likewise, what follows is commentary reiterating what we wrote there. The lack of an answer to Universal's Epic Universe is probably a big part of why disillusioned Walt Disney World diehards are now claiming that Universal is winning, going to destroy, or beat Disney. Fans are frustrated at Walt Disney World's seemingly complacency or arrogance and want to see them punished for it as a result. I can understand where many disenchanted Walt Disney World fans are coming from and agree with plenty of that sentiment. As a longtime fan, one of my fears for a while has been that Disney is inflicting long-term brand damage for short-term gain. There's a laundry list of complaints about Walt Disney World, not to mention Disney's falling reputation, which is based on all of the above plus other issues. I don't agree with all of the complaints. Citing high crowds as a reason for Disney's downfall is basically a Yogi Berra quote expressed unironically. I don't disagree with the volume or intensity of the frustration, but there's a reason guest satisfaction scores have been down, and also why Bob Iger is working to undo damage and lure back former fans. With that said, a lot of the above is wishful thinking on the part of disillusioned Disney fans. We've been down this road before, and these types of predictions or sentiment have been wrong time and time again. This time is different. Oh, you don't say, Tom Bricker. Except it never is. Reports of Disney's demise are, and always have been, greatly exaggerated. Looking back to the last time Universal Orlando debuted a game-changing edition is instructive to this point. When the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, WWOHP, opened at Islands of Adventure in 2010, the fan dynamic was similar to what is now, just dialed back since it was before social media. Good point, Tom Bricker. Starting in 2007, when WWOHP, or Wizarding World of Harry Potter, was first announced, there was a constant drumbeat from fans about an answer. The key distinct then was that Walt Disney World hadn't really done anything in the decade prior. Fans at the time were starved for new attractions, as the period between the 9/11 tourism slowdown and the Great Recession had been pretty dark. There was a much more rational basis in those expectations, as Walt Disney World was struggling, could use new additions. Consequently, there were high hopes for a Potter, Swatter, and radio silence from Disney for almost 2 years. Then, Disney finally announced New Fantasyland. For many fans, that wasn't enough. It didn't originally include Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, and instead had a bunch of next-generation meet and greets, like Enchanted Tales with Bill, but more of them. It was also slated to open after the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. And there's concept art of the New Fantasyland. In the lead up to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Walt Disney World's public position was that a rising tide lifts all boats. That's a stronger Universal was beneficial to Disney because it attracted more people to Central Florida. In actuality, Universal Orlando's attendance soared by 1.7 million guests the opening year of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, with Islands of Adventure seeing 30% growth. 3 of Walt Disney World's parks dropped by 1 to 1.5%, while Animal Kingdom increased by 1%. The following year, 2011, 3 of the 4 parks at Walt Disney World were up by 1% each, while Epcot was flat. Islands of Adventure once again surged, another 29% increase, but both Universal Orlando parks had lower overall attendance than any Walt Disney World park. In 2012, Walt Disney World's parks each increased by about 2.2%. New Fantasyland began opening on December 6, 2012, too late to have a meaningful impact on that year's numbers, especially since all 4 parks were up fairly evenly. Walt Disney World's rising tide thesis was correct. Universal had significantly increased its attendance by attracting an entirely new audience to Central Florida, which in turn benefited both. Fast forward over a decade, and both Universal and Disney experienced tremendous growth to the tune of millions of guests per year each. The market for theme parks in Central Florida has gotten larger. A new analysis from Wall Street analyst Moffett-Nathanson concludes that Epic Universe could cause Walt Disney World attendance to decline by about 1 million visitors in the 2 years spanning 2025 and 2026. Conversely, it could boost overall attendance at Universal's 3 parks by more than 8 million. Note that this last number includes Epic Universe, meaning that, at least in theory, the new park could cannibalize attendance from both Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando's existing 2 gates. Also note that these are some of the same big brains that suggested both Disney and Comcast should all go in on streaming back in 2020 because it would take travel at least 5 years to recover. Prevailing wisdom on Wall Street at the time was that travel may never reach the same post-pandemic heights as it had in 2019, and that streaming was the future. Leisure travel recovered in 2 years, and investors soured on streaming in that same span of time. So not like these dudes have crystal balls, working ones at least. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter was only one land back then, but it was a revolutionary one with a massive built-in audience. Epic Universe is an entirely new park, so the scale and scope is different, bigger. Disney has probably concluded that the only way to win is not to play the game, to fall back on the rising tide lifts all boats mantra. Iger's comments take this a step further, suggesting that Disney already played the game, but did it over the last decade and as they strategically saw fit. Regardless of whether that's spin, the simple fact remains that no new ride or land is going to meaningfully compete with a brand new theme park. Sitting out this round of the theme park wars and conceding the spotlight for a year might be the best hand that Disney can play. No Disney fan wants to hear this, but might be the smarter move than trying to steal Epic Universe's thunder. Nothing Disney can do will top Epic Universe. As fans, it's also important to have self-awareness. We are not the only type of guests who visit Central Florida's theme parks. If anything, we are outliers. Good point, Tom Bricker. For theme park fans or frequent visitors like readers of this blog, there's a better chance that blockbuster new additions are the most compelling draws. A brand new theme park is going to be of more interest to you than ones that are unchanged and you've experienced several times before. That brand new park would trump just about anything for you, and that includes a new land at Walt Disney World. If your time is limited, you're still allocating it towards the new park over whatever Walt Disney World would add. But for most average guests, the new additions from a single year or two do not exist in a vacuum. they aren't the only selling points of the theme parks. More people visiting in 2025 aren't going solely on the basis of what's brand new. Even for fans who visit semi-frequently, there are a lot of other recent, new-to-them additions. Everything from Hagrid's and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge to Tiana's Bayou Adventure will still be new to some fans in 2025. That's a wide range of offerings spanning several years, but not everyone visits annually. More people, even those who would self-describe them as enthusiasts or fans, do not. Good point, Tom Brecker. Then there's the biggest demo of all, first timers. For this group, everything at every theme park in Central Florida is necessarily new. When choosing which parks to visit, they aren't simply picking the brand new additions, although those probably are granted more weight thanks to marketing. They're looking at the full menu and what looks most appealing. Good point, Tom Brecker. Oh, it just jumped. So the ad made the article jump. Let me locate our spot. Hold on a second. Give me one moment here. I think we got it. It shouldn't be contentious to say that Walt Disney World is the more established and time-tested theme park complex. Even after Epic Universe, Walt Disney World still has one more park, a dozen plus additional resorts, and more recreation. Regardless of how you feel about recent movies, it also shouldn't be controversial to contend that Disney's stable of characters created and acquired in the last about 100 years is more popular and enduring. Universal has made tremendous strides with popular character intellectual property in the last couple of decades, but they're still not on level playing fields. Good point, Tom Brecker. This is where things get more interesting in terms of competition for 2025 and 2026. Both Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando have been aggressively adding in the last decade. Many of Universal's newest attractions are fantastic. Hagrid's and Velocicoaster are two of the best roller coasters anywhere. Despite this, Walt Disney World has inarguably spent more money on new attractions and lands in the last decade. It's undeniable that the bump will disproportionately benefit Universal Orlando. It may be true that a rising tide lifts all boats, but it does not do so equally. Percentage growth for Universal Orlando as a whole will outpace Walt Disney World as a whole in 2025, 2026. But that's percentage growth though, right, Tom Brecker? If history repeats itself, Disney's parks could see slight decreases, but the losses will not be commensurate with the growth at Universal. Stated differently, Super Nintendo World and Epic Universe as a whole will grow the audience for Central Florida theme parks, even if theme park diehards like you visiting Universal and skipping Disney leads to a slight drawdown in attendance. However, I wouldn't necessarily bet on Walt Disney World seeing a drop in 2025. Epic Universe has all ages appeal, but I'd hazard a guess that the park's main draws, Super Nintendo World, How to Train Your Dragon, and Harry Potter, skew towards families. Not only that, but they do so to a far greater degree than Universal's two existing gates. The argument could be made as a whole, Walt Disney World does a better job of catering to this crowd than does Universal Orlando. On the basis of new additions, I think you could reasonably argue that Universal has been chasing Disney's demographics over the last decade, and Disney has been chasing Universal's. Interesting point, Tom Brecker. Nevertheless, the reputation still exists that Universal is a place for teenagers and thrill seekers, and Walt Disney World is more family friendly. Accordingly, I would hazard a guess that many of the families planning a 2025 trips to see Universal's new Nintendo and Dragon Park will also include visits to Disney World, Magic Kingdom and Star Wars, and Toy Park, Disney's Hollywood Studios. Good point, Tom Brecker. Excellent point indeed. Definitely not more than they visit Islands of Adventure and Universal Studios Florida. Convenience is huge, as are vacation packages, but possibly enough that at least those two parks, and maybe even Epcot, don't lose attendance at all in 2025. On the other hand, the situation is only going to get worse before it gets better for Animal Kingdom. No denying that one. Tropical America should be fast-tracked in the same way Tiana's Bayou Adventure has been. Ultimately, my view is that Disney and Bob Iger are doing a bit of posturing and a bit of truth-telling. In reality, Walt Disney World won't have a direct response to Epic Universe because they already did over the last decade. Good point. but also because they can't have a meaningful one. Another good point. The streaming boondoggle, among other things, sort of took most options off the table. Even so, Walt Disney World won't have no response to Epic Universe whatsoever. While our above commentary is somewhat dismissive of diehards and theme park regulars, they, or we, do exist in meaningful numbers and not just at the margins. It's impossible for Walt Disney World to beat Epic Universe next year, both as a matter of timing and significance. But it is still possible to debut marketable additions to lure locals, theme park fans, and other fence sitters to Walt Disney World. That will be an important indirect response, even if it, fair warning, amounts to a lot of stuff that gets scorned or ridiculed. E.g., Universal is opening a whole new park, and Disney is only doing insert small scale thing here. In response, sad. As we said before, Universal is not beating Walt Disney World or vice versa. That won't change in 2025, even as the former further comes into its own as a bona fide theme park destination resort. There's space in Central Florida market for both continue growing and thriving. That's somewhat, sadly, especially true when expansion is centered around intellectual properties like Mario, Harry Potter, Star Wars, or Marvel that expand the audience for theme parks rather than reallocate the existing pool of guests. Good point, Tom Bricker. My expectation is that Epic Universe is fantastic and envelope pushing. I hope it grows the audience for Orlando theme parks even further and erodes a little bit of Walt Disney World's market share. Not too much to give them cold feet about that $17 billion. In my view, as a long-term Disney and theme parks fan, that's the best of both worlds. It puts Disney back on their heels and feeling the need to be more competitive, while it also justifies to invest because it demonstrates that there are ways to grow the pie, not just fight over the same sized one. Competition like that is good for everyone, especially us fans. Excellent point, Tom Bricker. And we've come to the conclusion of today's headline, today's article, today's breaking news. So again, if you've just joined us, today's headline is Disney responds to Universal's Epic Universe. So again, today's headline, if you're just joining us, is Disney responds to Universal's Epic Universe. I'm going to take the actual graphic off the screen and we're magically transported back to the Emporium here on Main Street, USA at the Magic Kingdom. I'm actually going to disable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. Give me just one moment. I'll be right with you. And then we'll talk about briefly today's video topic as well. So again, if you've just joined us, today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. Bob Iger responds to elephant in the room. So again, Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. Bob Iger responds to elephant in the room. Yeah, so if you just joined us, once this live stream concludes, once it's over, we're not ending now, we're not stopping. But once it does conclude, be kind and rewind and check out the breaking news by starting this live stream over. Let's jump back into the chat in just a few moments. We're back here on Main Street, USA. I need to put the Bat phone back in my pocket here. Hold on just a moment. We're gonna head to Step Off Gate for the 3 o'clock Eastern Festival of Fantasy Parade. So we'll head up north, if you will, towards Cinderella Castle. Again, give me just a moment. I'm attempting to zip my cargo shorts zipper pocket, but it seems to be stuck. Give me a second. I keep saying, give me a moment here. But I think we're all set here now. Okay. We need to get back to the chat and then jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation about today's video topic, about today's breaking news. Is there an elephant in the room? Are there heffalumps and woozles? What do you think about Bob Iger's statement? Did he address Universal's Epic Universe? What's going to happen? Is the attendance going to decrease at Walt Disney World? Is it going to increase for both resorts, being Universal and Walt Disney World? Jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. I'd like to get your opinions, your speculations. What do you think is going to happen? Well, let's get back to the chat. Mary in the Move, welcome in, welcome back. Mary in the Move says some good tunes playing this morning at Fast Times Radio. What am I saying? Always good tunes. If John reads this, John, Tapestry of Nations was on too. Oh, Mary in the Move, you've got my number. Hey na, duet, hey na, duet, hey na. Enough of that. But Nevada Smith, welcome in, welcome back. Says howdy, Kenneth. Jamie Turner, UK, welcome in, welcome back. Says hi all. Kenneth says hello from Denmark to all. Nevada Smith says howdy, Jamie. Sonic, welcome in, welcome back. Says hey guys, we're live. And you kind of messed up on your intro, John. Yeah, we were having some technical issues there, but yeah, you probably saw the wrong screen come through. Not quite certain what happened. I was trying to toggle the buttons. I think it was an issue with some, wireless interference, if you will. But I think I solved that on the fly. But Nevada Smith, why does John have stink face? Yeah, Nevada Smith, I was trying to figure out what's going on with the tech, setup with my camera rig. And it's in the bright sun, and then I can't see the screen because the screen's completely dim and black and dark. So yeah, I did my best, Nevada Smith.
We're going.
Sonic says, oh, now it goes. Yeah, we got it going. Oh, Mr. Gamer Penguin, welcome in, welcome back. Mr. Gamer Penguin probably joining us from Miami. Says, hi guys, happy Friday Eve. Well, hello there, Mr. Gamer Penguin. Florida Mark, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to see Florida Mark in the chat again. If you didn't have the opportunity to view Florida Mark, John with Fun to Be Free, and his camera rig, Frankenstein Mark 6, was over at Epcot from yesterday's live stream. So we actually had the opportunity to meet Florida Mark in the chat. It was nice to hang out with you, Florida Mark. Eric Goldstein, welcome in, welcome back, says hi. Nevada Smith says howdy, Mr. Gamer. Nevada Smith says howdy, Florida Mark. Sonic says Nevada, I was thinking we want to know what was going on with the proper intro. Rob's Mad World, welcome in, welcome back. Oh, Rob's Mad World, it's the Festival of Fun to Be Free. Coming up in about 22 minutes, Rob's Mad World. So Rob's Mad World says happy Thursday, everyone. Well, hello there, Rob's Mad World. Thank you for joining us. Eric Goldstein says, hey, Florida Mark. Beverly Challenge, welcome in, welcome back. Beverly Challenge. Wrong park, Beverly Challenge. No, I'm glad you're here, Beverly Challenge. Beverly Challenge says, hello, people of the chat. So, as everybody's probably aware, there is no Beverly. Try the Beverly, it's delicious. It's not available at the Magic Kingdom. That's where we're at today, Beverly Challenge. Mr. Gamer Penguin says, sup, Nevada. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Robs. Randy says, here we go. Welcome in, welcome back, Randy. Always nice to have Randy, the employee of the month here at Fun to Be Free. Randy, the one and only. Eric Goldstein says, hi, everyone. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Beverly. Florida Mark says, hey, at Nevada Smith. Sonic, Beverly Challenge, Eric Goldstein, Randy. Eric Goldstein says, hi, John. Well, hello there, Eric Goldstein. Thank you for being here. Sonic says, but Nevada, stink face? LOL. There's no skunk, but if you count Flower and Bambi, yeah. He did smell her, LOL. Well, we saw Flower and Bambi over at Epcot of the Topi area in Canada Pavilion. Hold on, the chat's rolling, it's a jumping. Where did the chat go? Give me a second. You guys are frantically chit-chatting. Oh, and Carmine Graves. Carmine Graves, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Well, hello there, Carmine Graves. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Carmine Graves. Thank you for being here. You've just joined your new chat family here on Fun to Be Free. Mary the Move says, ha ha ha. Eternal tech issues, Sonic, behind the scenes magic, I guess. That's right, Mary the Move. That's a good way to look at it. Eternal tech issues. Oh, I think we're missing the Main Street Philharmonic. They're marching down the parade route right now. So the breaking news was a little longer than anticipated, but I think we're all set up good to go now. Sonic says, hey, Florida Mark, a.k.a. Martin Short. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Carmine. Yeah, that we got the Main Street Philharmonic going across the bridge there. I was hoping to catch them. But we have less than 19 minutes remaining until the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Chris, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hi there, everybody. I'm so excited to see you all today. Thanks for being here, Chris. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Chris. Sonic says, oh, where's Sonic's statement? Where's his chat? Where'd it go? It's rolling. Chat's still jumping. I'm looking. Oh, yeah, Sonic says, hey, at Chris. Chris says, because today we're at the Magic Kingdom. Eric Goldstein says, LOL. Saturday Parks Live, welcome in, welcome back. Saturday Parks Live says, good afternoon, everyone. Well, hello there, Saturday Parks Live. Sonic says, irregular fashion? Oh my. Nevada Smith says, howdy Saturday. Eric Goldstein says, hi Saturday. Chris says, I love Disney World as much as I do. The Magic Kingdom is definitely my favorite place to explore and visit. It is cool, right Chris? Sonic says, hey Michelle. Eric Goldstein says, hi Christopher. Sonic says, I need to get my Winnie the Pooh plush toy. Florida Mark says, DJ Mark on 98.6 to Beverly where the temperature never drops. Florida Mark, look at you go. That was good. That was a good one. Florida Mark. Nailed it, Florida Mark. Sonic says, oh, LOL, Florida Mark, cool. Sonic, I did not expect that one as a comeback from you. I thought for sure you'd say something about the radio station dial, if you will. Saturday Parks Life says, hi Sonic, hope you're doing well. I don't need any more Pooh stuff, but I want it. And J-O-M-I-G-I Rock says, hello all. Oh, welcome in, welcome back. J-O-M-I-G-I Rock. Nevada Smith says, howdy, J-O or Joe Mig. Sonic says, I'm doing well, thanks Michelle. Eric Goldstein says, hi, J-O-M-I-G-I Rock.
Thank you.
I like, that's not a bad, hold on one moment. I got cut off here. Here, I'll navigate around. Excuse me. All right, let's get back to the chat. Okay, where are we in the chat? I think Scary Mary TV says, yay, John, fun to be free time. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, for a spectacular live stream. Well, thank you, Scary Mary TV. Always nice to have Neri in the chat as well. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Scary Mary. Eric Goldstein says, hi, Scary Mary. Sonic says, weather is good to go, John. Nothing but sunshine. And this is what makes you fun to be free. Awesome. Thanks, Sonic, for the update. Saturday Parks Life says, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Jaylon says, hi, everyone. I'm back again. Oh, nice to have Jaylon back in the chat. Welcome back, Jaylon. Eric Goldstein says, hi, Jaylon. Floor Mark says, hey, Jaylon. Where are we in the chat? It keeps jumping and rolling. Where are we? Hold on. Let me navigate down to the lower level here. Oh, I found it, I think. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Jaylon. Scoot Adventures, welcome in, welcome back, says, hello all. Shadow Black Mustang says, I'm at work. Won't be all around much. I'll check in when I can today. Just realized I could buy the Halloween tickets now, I think. Well, welcome in, welcome back, Shadow Black Mustang. I know you got to keep the lights on. I just like it that you're here, dude. I like it when you're in the chat. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Scooter. Howdy, Shadow. Hey, Scooter. Scoot Adventure says, Nevada. Randy says, welcome back, Scooter. Eric Goldstein says, hey, Scooter. Randy says, hey, Shadow. Scoot Adventures, Randy, Florida Mark, hi Shadow. Oh, and Potato Land, welcome in, welcome back. Potato Land says, now this is my observation based upon facts presented over Iger's current term. Iger has consistently dumbed down all stock quarter results. A 6% revenue isn't that fantastic. Potato Land, John with Fun to be Free, who sees it differently. I think Bob Iger is doing a good job. But Fast Pass Radio back in the chat. Hold on here. I'll pop up the subscribe banner. Fast Pass Radio says, the Dapper Dans just crashed the news. Join Fun to be Free with John live from Magic Kingdom as we unpack Disney versus Epic Universe. Like and subscribe for more magic and surprises. Awesome, Fast Pass Radio. Well done again. Fast Pass Radio says, the Dapper Dans just crashed the news. Join Fun to be Free with John live from Magic Kingdom as we unpack Disney versus Epic Universe. Like and subscribe for more magic and surprises. And I unpaused the chat, and I'm not sure where we are. Rolled again. We went to Plaid. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Potato. Fast Pass Radio says, hello at Randy. Florida Mark says, hey, Potato. Randy says, no Shadow ticket, not available yet. Okay, thanks for the update, Randy. Randy says, my man, Fast Pass, great tunes. I was cleaning the house listening to Fast Pass Radio. The only bad side to that is it makes me want to head to the parks. Ha, ha, ha. Randy, you got that right. Boy, oh boy, Fast Pass Radio does a great job. So real quick, shout out to Fast Pass Radio. You could navigate over to fastpassradio.com once this live stream concludes. Once it's over, head over to fastpassradio.com. That's where you could actually listen to free Disney Parks music streaming on fastpassradio.com. Well done, Fast Pass Radio. Oh, 211. 211's back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. 211 says, Coney Island used to be a tourist destination. Just saying, things change. Oh, I see where you're going with this, 211. Let's have a ongoing conversation. What's else on your mind? Let's pick your brain about today's video topic. Hello there, nice to see you. We're heading into Pecos Bill. We need to secure a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. Hold on just one moment, and I'll attempt to catch up with the chat as well. Nevada Smith says, howdy too. Fast Post Radio says, right on it, Randy. It's going to get better. Been working on it a lot. Awesome, Fast Post Radio. Good to hear. Potato Land says, as I'm still active on Disney travel agents, I can say confidently that bookings are not fully booked out. Deluxe and moderate resorts with vacation packages are at the lowest in years. Interesting. Very interesting, Potato Land. Very fascinating. We're here at the Pecos Bill mobile order pickup counter. Give me just a moment. I see some familiar faces behind the counter. But yeah, interesting, Potato Land. Do you have any more data to share? Hello there, nice to see you. I'm sorry to ask. May I get 1 cup for water, please?
Water, one.
One, please. But yeah, Potato Land, do you have any more information on that? I'd love to pick your brain on this one. Randy says, any better Fast Pass, we are going to have to get you an FM channel. Nailed it, Randy. So again, head over to fastpassradio.com once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes. We're not ending now. We got to watch the parade. We got to experience some world-class attractions here at the Magic Kingdom. So stay tuned for that as well. One moment, I'll come back to the chat in a second. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, and Cruise and Theme Park Guide, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Sierra here. But Cruise and Theme Park Guide says, hey everyone. Oh, real quick, I want to say shout out to Cruise and Theme Park Guide. Today, I believe, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, Sierra will be going live from the Magic Kingdom at 6 o'clock Eastern. So once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, go check out Cruise and Theme Park Guide, because she's going to start at 6 p.m. today. Sam's Life Diary, welcome in, welcome back. Sam's Life Diary says, good afternoon, John. Well, hello there, Sam's Life Diary. Always nice to have you in the chat. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Cruise. Howdy, Sam's. Randy says, welcome back, Cruise and Theme Park. Randy, oh, by the way, Randy, we have success, mission accomplished. We have a complimentary, Fun to Be Free cup of water. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, hi. Randy says, welcome back to 11. Hold on one moment. Let me make a technical adjustment. I need to ensure that we're charging here. I need to put down my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. You may hear a click. Hold on. And we have to ensure that, yeah, we got charging going on. Good. Randy says, hey, Florida Mark. Nice meeting you yesterday. Very, very nice meeting Florida Mark yesterday. Okay, we're about 11 minutes out from the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Let's check in with the parade route, see what it's looking like in terms of attendance. Oh, it's not that bad. So quick update. The Magic Kingdom.
Welcome, one and all, to the Magic Kingdom. In just a few minutes, we will proudly present an enchanting celebration in the streets, our Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. And now, please welcome our honorary Grand Marshals, Emily, Eliana, and Ann from Montgomery, Alabama, celebrating college graduation.
MCM, I got the pre-parade announcement for you. right, so we'll return for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade in just a few moments. I'm attempting to find some shade. What I need to do is install or activate or engage Frankenchill. I have a cooling fan that I'll apply to the backside of the streaming phone. Let me pop into some shade. Maybe we could head over to see Captain Jack Sparrow in the meantime while I locate the cooling fan in my cargo shorts pockets and of course the USB-C cable. In the meantime, let me just double check the chat, that is. Eric Goldstein says, hi Cruz. Sonic says, why do I not see at 2:11 and other times I do? YouTube is always being strange to me. Not certain, Sonic. Florida Mark says, thanks at Randy. Maybe you see there sometime. Sonic says, hi at Sam's Life Diary. I'm digging around in my pockets, hold on, for the cooling fan that I call Frankenchill. Give me a moment. Oh, we've located Captain Jack Sparrow, meat and ingredient in the area. So here, we got the cooling fan that I call Frankenchill. Let me attempt to apply it to the camera rig while you enjoy views of Jack Sparrow. Hold on a moment. Okay, what I actually did is I slid the entire camera assembly forward to provide room for the fan. In other words, think of it as a sandwich. The cooling fan is the meat in the sandwich, if you will. So I'm applying the cooling fan. It's got MagSafe, or magnetic, to the back of the streaming phone.
He did have his job.
So I think we're good to go there.
Oh, look at that! Tiana. You know what?
And give me one more moment. So I'm pulling out the USB-C cable that's connected to dock, the battery pack, in my rear pocket, and I'm plugging it into the cooling fan. Frankenchill right now. Let me engage it by activating it, and Frankenchill is active. Hyper active, that is. All right. And Randy, for reference, we have a yellow flame right now, yellow flame. We need to ensure we have charging, which is now activated on all three devices. But let's jump back to the chat. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Steven. Randy says, welcome, and Steven. Sonic says, hi at Steven Rocky Singleton. Sonic says, oh, okay. You did a typo when you said Halloween, and I minded amusing that I thought it was at a Hollywood Halloween merge at Shuttleblack Mustang. Sonic says, fine, asterisk. Scooter says, Iger and the leadership are doing everything for the shareholders only. But if the diehard fans stop showing up and spending, then the shareholders will look to sell. Well, real quick, Scoot Adventures, John Want Fun to Be Free sees it a little differently. Remember, the only fiduciary duty for the CEO of a publicly traded corporation is to generate shareholder wealth. That's it. That's their only duty. So in that respect, that regards, Bob Iger takes the cake. He knows what he's doing. And I also want to elaborate. You're saying the diehard fans? In my opinion, the diehard fans that you're speaking of don't make up a large percentage of the overall pie, if you will. It's only a small percentage, I think. So in other words, I think as we previously discussed in previous videos, previous live streams, that Disney is shifting buckets, if you will. In other words, they're going after a different type of diehard, if you will. Now, you could call them diehards, you could call them whatever you want, but I would call them Disney Vacation Club members that have the disposable income, that are essentially a captive audience, and they're going to continue coming back to the Walt Disney World Resort, multiple times a year and spend on souvenirs and multiple, of course, meals in the park and long-term vacations. So that's what I'd suggest. But let's turn around, let's head back to the parade route. We have less than 4 minutes remaining until the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade begins. It's a little on the warm side here in Central Florida. As you probably just saw a few moments ago, I engaged Frankenchill. So it's a little warm, a little hot here in the sun. So I'm not quite certain where we'll be viewing the Festival of Fantasy Parade from, but probably somewhere around shade. That is probably certain today. Sonic says, at Beverly Challenge, yeah, go to Epcot, especially at Club Cool. Eric says, Beverly only at Epcot. Nailed it, Eric Goldstein. Elizabeth, welcome in, welcome back, says hello from Sweden. Sonic says Festival of Figments Fantasy, LOL. Randy says welcome in, Elizabeth. Eric Goldstein says hi, Elizabeth. Randy says, oh, where did the chat go? Hold on. Where did your written statement say? Go. Randy says, do we all have to write 100 times less chit-chatting on the board? Sam's Life Diary says hi, Elizabeth. Sonic says Festival of More Cowbells. I like that, Sonic. Adam N, welcome in, welcome back. We haven't seen Adam N in a while. Says crisp, cold, and refreshing. Beverly hits the spot on days like this. If you insist, Adam N. Maybe you and Scooter. Randy says welcome back, Adam N. Randy says hey, J Law. Nevada Smith says howdy, Elizabeth. Shadow Black Mustang says at Florida Mark, hello. Shadow Black Mustang says that Randy, I saw your post. Tickets are available for Disney Resort guests now. Non-guests, I think, the 22nd. Okay, interesting. Thank you for the update, Shadow Black Mustang. And Park Bros, welcome in, welcome back. Always nice to have Park Bros here. Park Bros says, hey, John. Hey, everyone. Well, hello there, Lawrence. And Martin K929. Hey again, John. Second time here. Welcome in, welcome back. Martin K929. Randy says, I checked on my Disney experience and it doesn't give me the option. Must be for out of state first. But Randy, are you considered out of state if you lived in New York before? No, if your mailing address is Florida, of course you'd be a resident. I see what Randy's saying. Their system is smart, in other words. So yeah, that might be the case, Randy. I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out, to get a verification on that. Randy says, welcome back, Martin. Martin K929 says, hey, Randy. Randy says, great job with the agua right out of the gate. Yeah, bam, Randy. Shadow Black Mustang says, that Randy, no idea. I got emails and Shazam, they took 244 out of my credit card. Oh, Shadow Black Mustang, you're deep in the hole. Your pocketbook is going dry, just like Nevada Smith's well. Oh boy. Florida Mark says hello at Shadow Black Mustang. Mary the Move says welcome in at Martin K929. Hey at Park Bros. Shadow Black Mustang says Florida Mark, how's it going? Nevada Smith says howdy Park. Let me get out of the way here. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Nevada Smith says howdy Park. Randy says welcome back Park. Nevada Smith says howdy Martin. And we lost the chat. I don't know where it went. Hold on. I have to rewind. Where are we in the chat? Where are we? I think I found it though. Nevada Smith says howdy Martin. Howdy Adam Martin. K929 says hi Mary the Move. Randy says my app says coming soon for select dates. Interesting, Randy. They must be, you know, it must be smart, if you will. Randy says very weird or very, very smart of them. Florida Mark says hello at Mary on the Move. Park Bro says, Randy, what dates? Nevada Smith says, any chance we could visit Body Wars today? Oh, Nevada Smith, look at you go. I would love to. If we have a time machine, maybe I could pull the flux capacitor out of my cargo shorts pocket and we could go head back to May 1989 over at Epcot for the Wonders of Life Pavilion. Oh, listen, we got the fanfare announcement. Randy says August 15th to October 31st for the Halloween party on the My Disney Experience app. Thanks for the update, Randy. Shadow Black Mustang says that, Randy, it shows up in my app as yellow ticket, and I have a 2-day park hopper showing up as a green ticket. You need to have Disney reservations to get it today. Yeah, right. So I guess so. Shadow Black Mustang, thanks for the update there. Mary in the Move back in the chat says, at Florida Mark, great to have you with us on the stream yesterday. Hope you enjoyed your first ride on Guardians. I concur, Mary in the Move. Park Bro says, Randy, the website has them. Randy says, oh, okay, I guess not from the app. Oh, okay, so you could do it from the web and not the app, I guess. Sam's Life Diary says, anyone else been backstage through those gates where the parade begins? We went through with our Keys of the Kingdom tour in 2023. Very insightful. Yeah, John Fun to Be Free's been back there with the Keys of the Kingdom tour as well. Sam's Life Diary. That was a great experience. I sure hope you enjoyed that. Randy says, I'm waiting on the Christmas tickets. Got it, Randy. Florida Mark says, thanks. Yeah, it was amazing at Mary the Move. Park Bro says, Randy, aren't we all? Randy says, when you add Frank and Chill, does it make that transforming sound? Yeah. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, it's a transformer, Randy. You may have heard the clicking going on. I literally have to transform it. I have to move or slide the whole mechanism forward that holds the 2 external cameras, Randy. Wah, 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 wah. Where are we in the chat? I'm still looking.
Then we'll see the parade.
Shadow Black Mustang says that, Randy, yes, I went into the app. I guess Disney has progressive restrictions if you don't have a resort. Yeah, obviously they do it on purpose, Shadow Black Mustang, I guess. Yeah, so it's smart. Sam Frolic, welcome in, welcome back, says hi everyone. Nevada Smith says, howdy Sam. Randy says, that's what I thought, Shadow. I figured they gave priority to the big spenders and not the APs. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Randy, right? Hey, big spender, dig this blender. Spend a little time at table 5. Table 5, table 5. Ha, 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 table 5. Oh, okay, we're done. Shadow Black Mustang says, at Randy, no idea. Google told me Disney resort guests can buy on the 15th. Randy says that exactly a resort guest first, then they move to the next level. We have the Liberty Bell, the steam whistle. John, what fun to be free is kind of just wandering around the shade right now. We'll catch up to the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. I'm not quite certain where we'll end up. Again, we're going to stay in the shade more or less today. It's very warm here in Central Florida. And we have a yellow flame, Randy, on the streamer phone, so no bueno. Florida Mark says, yes, I believe it's time for a complimentary cup of Beverly. Oh, Florida Mark, you probably beat me to it. But yeah, we had one. We just enjoyed one over at Pecos. But I'm, still, I guess, behind in the chat. So we'll turn around here. There's not much more shade I want to head into. There's more behind the buildings, but it doesn't offer a great view. So we'll, stay in this area for now, if you will. Sonic says, no, I hate when YouTube cuts the chat at the top for you, John. Here's my statement again. The elephant in the room, John, is that Bob Iger tripping over a small hedgehog? Oh, Sonic, look at you go. Yeah, so Sonic, I apologize, but sometimes, after I do the news and you guys are chit-chatting so much, they literally fall off a cliff. I'm unable to retrieve them. I can't rewind. It only goes back so far. Bottom line, when I hit 99 messages total, it stops. It falls off a cliff. When I get to that 100th message, the oldest chat falls off. It's gone. Disappears. Zapped. Sonic. Thanks for your patience and understanding with that. Chris says, hey, I got a brand new name. Well, we'll call it the Festival of John and Chris Chavez. If you insist, Chris. It's the Festival of John and Chris Chavez. So we're meandering back and forth here, just trying to locate some shade, if you will. This pathway, of course, it gets a little narrow and gets clogged. Shadow Black Mustang says, Randy, I'm guessing this is an event that sells out, so grab while you can, when you can. You nailed it, Shadow Black Mustang. That is absolutely the truth. Randy says, welcome to the Fun to Be Free with John and Frank, where the laughs are free, but the jokes are priceless. As a reminder, please smack, press, touch, hit, pound, tap, squish, squash, or even smoosh that like button like it stole your lunch money, because here, freedom's fun, and so is mildly abusing that like button. Thank you, Randy. I should say that again before the parade actually gets here. Hold on a second. I'll pop up the subscribe banner. Randy says, welcome to Fun to Be Free with John and Frank, where the laughs are free, but the jokes are priceless. As a reminder, please smack, press, touch, hit, pound, tap, squish, squash, or even smoosh that like button like it just stole your lunch money, because here, freedom's fun, and it so is mildly abusing that like button. Thank you, Randy. Geo the Duck here. Let's get in some shade real quick. Geo the Duck, back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Says, hi. Randy says, welcome back, Sam. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Geo. Randy says, welcome back, Geo. Sam's Life Diary says, we stood there last Thursday, John, but the parade got washed out and called off. Yeah, so you were in the park that day. I think I was here broadcasting live from Magic Kingdom, Sam's Life Diary, that same day. Randy says, yellow, no bueno, white, si bueno. Geo the Duck says, hi, Randy. Sonic says, 99 messages, rats, 99 luft balloons. Geo the Duck says, hi, Nevada. Randy says, disappears like Marty in the picture if he doesn't get his mom and dad together. Nailed it, Randy, just like Back to the Future. definitely gonna turn to our forward direction of travel. We're gonna head through the breezeway. We're currently in Frontierland. We're coming up to Adventureland. We'll make a left and we'll head towards the hub. We'll try to, or at least attempt to catch up to the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, the Beauty and the Beast opening unit. But in the meantime, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. I'll jump back to the chat, see what we're missing. But again, the last statement I think I read was from Randy. Randy says, disappears like Marty in the picture if he doesn't get his mom and dad together. Randy, I like that. I like that a lot. Nailed it. Back to the future. Chris says, how about the Festival of Fun to Be Free, making memories that last a lifetime? That'll be a good title for the saga. It sure would, Chris. Randy says, welcome back, Chris. Sam's Life Diary says, weather looks spot on today. Yeah, it's a beautiful, gorgeous day, how it looks. But I assure you, it's a little on the warm side today, Sam's Life Diary. Rich Colin, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Well, hello there, Rich Colin. Nice to meet you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Rich Colin says hello. Well, hello there, Rich Colin. Nice of you to join us today for the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. So stay tuned for more parade coming soon. Randy says, welcome in, Rich. Chris says, hey, everybody, I heard some good news. If anyone's excited for the 70th anniversary at Disneyland, who's going on May 16th? Yeah, isn't it cool, Chris? I can't wait. Rich Collins says, because I'm going on Wednesday to check it out myself. Cool. Isn't that cool, Chris? Randy says, let me know the lay of the land, Chris. I need some pointers for next month. Yeah, so Randy's headed over there to the Disneyland Resort. Chris says, okay, Randy, thanks for the reminder. Sonic says, I have 2 General Tso meals in the freezer, and I will have one of them right now. Oh, Sonic, you're making me hungry. Sonic says, John usually exclaims, I love a parade after the Festival of Fantasy Parade. You nailed it, Sonic. Just like Clark W. Griswold on National Lampoon's Vacation when he's wandering through the desert. I love a parade. Right, Sonic? Eric Goldstein says, nice dragon. Yeah, Eric Goldstein, that dragon is unreal, isn't it? So cool, right? Captain Mickey Mouse, welcome in, welcome back. It's always nice to have Captain Mickey Mouse join us. Captain Mickey Mouse says, LOL, John, sorry, been very busy with other stuff. Got it, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'm just glad you're here. I'm glad when you're in the chat, Captain Mickey Mouse. Thanks for joining us. The chat's rolling, it's jumping. Where are we? Sonic says, and he usually likes the Maleficent dragon. You nailed it, Sonic. Sam's Life Diary says fire. Yeah, that's right. Fire-breathing dragon. Sonic says, yeah, at Sam's Life Diary, lots of fire. Sam's Life Diary says, LOL, Sonic, remember the heat. Eric Goldstein says, gotta be real hot in those costumes. Yeah, I think you're right, Eric Goldstein. You nailed it. Sonic says, well, Sam's, I don't live in Florida, but it feels like summer in my loft in Quebec. Sam's Life Diary says, yeah, all up north, suffering with that unusual heat. Huh. Sonic says, 84 degrees in my loft right now. Well, it's a little warmer here, Sonic. Eric Goldstein says, need some air conditioning, Sonic. And we're now inside the Emporium for 2 reasons. One, we're taking a shortcut down to Town Square so we could enjoy more of Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. But of course, there's air conditioning offered on the interior of this merchandise location as well. We got to cool down my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6. We have a yellow flame still, and Franken-Chill, the cooling fan still attached, and we still have a yellow flame. It is quite warm here in Central Florida today. Mary the Move says, at Christopher, or at Chris, I was at Disneyland last Friday and we'll be there tomorrow to check out Paint the Night. Awesome, Mary on the Move. I'm sure Mary the Move will give us an update how awesome Paint the Night is. Of course, John with Fun to Be Free thinks that parade is spectacular. It's so much fun, Paint the Night. Randy says, Chris, that popcorn bucket is a must get. Yeah, Randy, what's that popcorn bucket? Rich Cullen says, let's go to Casey's for a dog. Mustard and relish, please. Rich Cullen, John with Fun to Be Free just had lunch, a large lunch right before we went live. So we'll see, we just never know. Sonic says 85 now. And Randy says, that would be great, Rich. Chris says, oh, that's awesome, Mary the Move. John and I love Paint the Night Parade so much, I would love to see it. Randy says, welcome back, Captain Mickey Mouse. Sonic says, I do, I just leave it on the fan mode on purpose, LOL, at Eric Goldstein. So we're caught up with the chat. Oh, I said that. We have, I think, a new subscriber. I do believe we have a new subscriber. Just as I said, we got caught up with the chat. Here we go. A new subscriber, Debbie190772. So that's Debbie190772. Hello, Debbie190772. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Debbie190772. But Debbie190772 says, gotta cool off in those shops. That's right. Listen to your body, Debbie190772. You are correct. Randy says, Mary, anything that is a must do for the 70th? Eric Goldstein says, LOL. Hold on one moment. I'm navigating. Captain Mickey Mouse back in the chat, but the sun's so bright and the phone screen is so dim. Hold on, I gotta get to some shade. Possibly over at the firehouse. The other day, last time we were here at the Magic Kingdom, I attempted to watch the parade from the firehouse, but the cast member said it was a no-go that day. But let's head over there now for some shade. In a moment, though, in a moment. I'm actually gonna go get a quick drink of water from the drinking fountain first, though. Hearts will soar. For the time has come to equal and prepare to welcome the wondrous and wonderful Disney Festival of Fun to Be Free Parade. So quick update, the streamer phone screen is so black right now that I cannot see it. So as it heats up, the dimmer and dimmer it gets. I can't even read the chat right now. I'm gonna take my sunglasses off and I could barely read the chat. So here we go, let's get into some shade and then I should be able to see it. Captain Mickey Mouse says, hey John, have you uploaded that picture? Apparently we had something roaming Bert and Miss Poppins. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'm sorry. We had roaming Bert and Miss Poppins. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Captain Mickey Mouse. Peter Pan, welcome in, welcome back. Where are we in the chat? Hold on, one moment. I gotta look for Peter Pan. Okay, Peter Pan says, hi John. Well, hello there, Peter Pan. Well, welcome back. Peter Pan, I have not seen Elijah today. Rich Colin says, is Eric Goldstein the Disney animator? Rich Colin, you're very observant. I'm not certain if it is, but they may share the same or similar name, if you will. Sam's Life Diary says, hi Debbie. Randy says, welcome in Debbie. Randy says, welcome back Peter. Sam's Life Diary has hands waving. Eric Goldstein says, I don't think so. Eric Goldstein, there we go. We got the confirmation. Peter Pan says, hi Randy. Nevada Smith says, I heard Captain EO came back, but we mosey on over and experience that. We had a time machine maybe, Nevada Smith. Let me pull out the flux capacitor like I said when we were on the parade route back there. Debbie190772 says, just Debbie. That's all what my friends call me. You got it, Debbie. We got lots of Debbies in the chat. Chris says, oh yeah, Mary on the move. Hope you have a great time tomorrow. We experienced the Paint the Night Parade over at Disneyland, Anaheim, California. Sam's Life Diary with big thumbs up. Rich Colin says, are you related to the late magician Phil Goldstein, aka Max Mavern? Nevada Smith says, howdy Peter, Captain, Debbie, Rich, and Frankie. Mary the Move says, at Randy, there is a new projection show. It's a Small World. I'm going to check it out before the parade. And of course, I want the new merch. Also a lot of good buzz about the new Walt figure. Yeah, exactly, Mary on the Move. Randy says, that's 2. You are doing great with the water today, senor. Well, thank you, Randy. Randy says, thanks, Mary. Rich Colin says, hello, everybody. What a nice day at the Magic Kingdom. Mary the Move says, but I'll keep you posted, Randy. Sam's Life Diary says, John, fancy a haircut? Ever had one at the barber's there? No, I have not, Sam's Life Diary. That would be awesome to receive a haircut, like a shave and a haircut, 2 bits at the barbershop. That would be awesome, Sam's Life Diary. Eric Goldstein says, no, I'm not related to either of them. Sonic says, hi at Peter Pan. And no, John, not the flux capacitor, the coaxium. Sonic. Oh, here we go, Randy. I'll pop up the subscribe banner because I think I know where Randy's going with this. Randy says, for those who haven't yet, just don't lurk like a ninja in the comments. Show your support by hitting that subscribe, smashing the like it owes you money, and slapping that notification bell like ringing in happy hour, because John's here every day at 2 serving up the magic more consistently than your morning coffee. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, welcome. Mary the Move says, at Nevada Smith, if Captain EO is back, we'd be there every day. Randy says, we like the coffee from DD, that Shadow enjoys, haha. parade here at the Magic Kingdom. As I swing on my axis in Town Square, you can see it's a gorgeous day on the warmer side. And we have Frank and Chill attached. We have a yellow flame on the streamer phone. This streamer phone's actually heating up very hot. We need to jump in to some shade, some air conditioning. We need to cool down Frankenstein Mark 6. But we're gonna head up Main Street USA. Instead of, on the street, if you will, we'll head through the stores, the Main Street USA stores, the interior emporium, if you will. But I'm looking down at the ground because there's some slats and the trolley tracks. I don't want to trip. But you can see directly up ahead is the beautiful and gorgeous Cinderella Castle with its golden spires shimmering in the Florida sun. But we need to jump into some air conditioning. So I'm gonna flip the camera, if you will. Hold on just a moment. I need to get all set up here. I need to double check that the Frank and Chill is still activated. Oh, as it turns out, Frank and Chill turned off. So there we go, we got Frank and Chill rolling again. We'll get back on track with the chat. And it's a good to go day here at the Magic Kingdom in the Walt Disney World Resort. When John Will Fun Be Free came through the Transportation and Ticket Center, it was very comfortable. But of course, as the time goes on and the parade time approaches, people come out of the woodwork, if you will. It was desolate on Main Street USA when I first walked in earlier today before we went live. Oh boy, Randy, the streamer phone is on fire right now. Again, I've said this before. It feels like I'm sitting in front of a campfire right now. It is hot, hot, hot. I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. But let's get back to the chat here. Where are we in the chat? Debbie, I think we found Debbie's last statement, 327. Debbie says, the new key that's available at Disneyland for their 70th anniversary looks incredible. Nevada Smith says, shucks. Thank you, Mary. I guess that it's been a bit since I was there. Sam's Life Diary says, oh, wow, Debbie. Need to look into that. Peter Pan says, okay, the. And Chris says, oh, the new projection show is called Tapestry of Happiness at It's a Small World on It's a Really Great Show. Randy says, Debbie, I saw that key that you insert around the park to get that special key. I'm learning about it, Randy. This sounds interesting. I'm intrigued, though. Chris says, and they also have the key to Disneyland Experience. Sonic says, Shadow. You know Shadow the Hedgehog, right? Peter Pan says, John, where can I find your email address? Peter Pan, as it turns out, on all my videos. So for example, in this video, in the description box below, there's my email address that you could email me, Peter Pan. So in the description box is the email address from this video. Chris says, yeah, does anyone know that? Tapestry of Happiness and the key to Disneyland Experience? Wow, that's big news for the 70th. Sonic says, at Peter Pan in the description below. Oh, Sonic, well, thank you for that. Peter Pan says, okay, thanks. And Nevada Smith says, at least we can still purchase toy guns and slingshots in the park. Not so much, Nevada Smith. Sheldon, welcome in, welcome back, says another parade. Yeah, we love our parades here on Fun to Be Free, that's for sure. Welcome in, welcome back, Sheldon. Sonic says, no problem. Mary the Move says, at Debbie, I'm going to price that D key tomorrow. There's also a special collectible pin inside. Chris says, oh yeah, that key to Disneyland Experience, Mary the Move, it's really cool, and John from Fun to Be Free is excited about that. Randy says, the key looks awesome, Mary, and it plays a tune also when you insert it in the locations around the park. Chris says, yeah, Randy, 5 different locations at every land in Disneyland. Sonic says that Sheldon is paraded every single day at 3 p.m. at the Magic Kingdom. Thank you, Sonic. Randy says, Mary, I think I saw that. It was around $60. Thanks, Randy. Sam's Life Diary says, on fire. Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite certain if Sam's Life Diary is talking about Frankenstein Mark 6, my camera rig on fire, because it's heating up. It's a hot day here, or it could be the Maleficent Dragon in the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Randy says, that was just the other day, Rich. Eric Goldstein says, love that dragon. I concur, Eric Goldstein. Rich Colin back in the chat says, I thought so too. Sonic says, I need to let my meal stand for at least until 3:36 p.m., which is fine. Yuri Nader, welcome in, welcome back, says, hi everyone. Well, hello there, Yuri Nader. Sonic says, hi, Yuri. Urinator says, that is so cool at Rich Cullen. My grandma used to dance too. Urinator says, hi at Sonic. Eric Goldstein says, hi, Yuri. Urinator says, how are you? Hold on, where are we in the chat? How are you? Hi, Eric Goldstein. How are you? Randy says, welcome back, Yuri. Eric Goldstein says, pretty good. How are you? Urinator says, hi, Randy. Thank you. Rich Cullen says, I can't sing or dance, but I do some killer card tricks. Is there still a magic shop on Main Street at Walt Disney World? Oh, Rich Cullen, let me show you what is left of it. Here, let's turn around. So let me head back outside for a brief moment. We're enjoying the air conditioning on the interior here of the Emporium. We need to cool down my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6. But let me head outside to show you, if you will, the House of Magic here on Main Street, USA at the Magic Kingdom. So we're gonna pick a doorway at random. We'll head outside back to the Main Street, USA. Hold on one moment. We're gonna step down off the curb. We'll slowly turn around here. So here we go. We have the House of Magic. They offer tricks and puzzles. So pay attention, Rich. So Rich Cullen, as we enter the House of Magic, you know, the doorway they just came out of, here on 207, that's the address listed above, at the House of Magic. We walk inside and then bam, we're greeted with the Emporium. So this whole area is brand new, Rich Cullen. So sadly, the House of Magic doesn't exist anymore here on Main Street, USA. However, it's essentially been replaced with the Emporium. Sheldon says, watching from Florida. Sheldon, we're broadcasting live from Florida right now. Sonic says, me. I'm good, thank you. Having some General TAO right now, and sorry for making you very hungry, Judd. Well, I'm not that hungry. It just sounds good. Sonic, I just had a big lunch, so I'm fine. It just sounds good. Urinator says that. Eric Goldstein, I am good. Oh boy, where are we in the chat? Still looking. Hold on. It's rolling. Urinator says, thank you. Hi, it's Sheldon. Sheldon says, oh, Urinator, hold on. Urinator says, at Sonic, I like Oriental food too. Sonic says, nice. Mary in the Move says, halfway there, Explorers. Let's smash that like button. 50 more likes to go. Thank you for the update, Mary in the Move. So, John with Fun to Be Free, making an all call, calling all Explorers, calling all Explorers. We need to get to our goal of 100 likes today. I need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button once I get to the number 1. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to do a countdown. If you haven't done so already, once we get to our number 1, if you will, from the number 3, I need everybody to smash the like button. So in 3, 2, 1, smash that like button. Do it now. Let's go. We are here near Casey's Corner, and you could hear Grayson. We have Grayson tickling the ivories here. I'll pipe down. Be free. Do you have your phone with you by any chance? I have a QR code on my phone. Yeah. It's fun to be free. Where are you from? I'm from North Carolina. Oh, you are? I know North Carolina. I know the Charlotte area very well. Yeah, I'm actually from Grove Park. Okay. My mother-in-law saw you. She's like, I wonder what channel. Maybe you want to video on that. So I'm going to look it up. Cool. Nice meeting you. Enjoy your stay. Gaylord Carter, Haunted Mansion.
Oh, sure, yes.
Nevada Smith, where are you? as always. Grayson's very talented, extremely talented. Thank you, Grayson. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
Take care. All right. Very cool. So we're going to break. Hello there. Yeah. Absolutely. We're live on YouTube. This is going to be excellent. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so here we go. On three. 1, 2, 3. Bingo. Got it. Double check to make sure you got it.
Yeah, of course, of course. I appreciate that.
Okay. So we're braving the elements. We're back in the sun. Real quick update. Here's Frankenchill, the fan. It's plugged in. It's going right now. The back side, Randy, is very cold. I'm touching it right now. Like I said before, this is not a regular average everyday fan. This is a very specialized fan with some proprietary material here. It feels like refrigeration right now on the back side. I removed it because the fan kept shutting off. I could feel it when it's on. It vibrates ever so slightly, but every time I hit, to turn it on, to engage it, it kept turning off. I'm not certain why. The fan itself was very hot, so I took it off and I was holding it in my hand. The camera was probably shaking around a lot during the Grayson's performance there. But real quick, the camera's probably shaking around now because I just removed the USB-C cable. I'm gonna put it back on its home on the back side of the streamer phone. Here, hold on just one moment. So again, I apologize if the camera's bouncing around a bit, but I think the actual fan got just too hot. It's just such a hot day today. But let me turn it back on. It's now affixed or attached to the back side of the streamer phone, and it's on full blast. I could hear it and I could feel it. So it's on now. But again, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Sam's Life Diary says, got to go, John. Excellent stream. See you soon. Well, thank you, Sam's Life Diary. Thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and Good Time. I do believe In Good Time is a new subscriber. Hello, In Good Time. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. In Good Time. And In Good Time says, so the chat is read throughout the stream? It sure is In Good Time. You've just found your new Fun to Be Free chat family. Hey, we're looking at the Walt and Mickey partner statue here in the hub. Off in the distance, in the background, in the picturesque background, if you will, is the Cinderella Castle. Look, you can see the golden spires. It's shimmering in the hot Florida sun. We're not going to stay too long here. Again, the streamer phone is running on the hot side. Even with Frankenchill, my fan, I have a yellow flame. A yellow flame is not a good sign. It's warm. So we're gonna head for some shade or some air conditioning, if you will. So I asked Grayson to tickle the ivories back on the Casey's Corner, pianist on the Casey's Corner piano there. And I asked for Gaylord Carter, the composer and conductor, if you will, who actually recorded the music on the organ for, of course, the Haunted Mansion Otherworldly Concerto. And he blended in some nice songs. He was tickling the ivories, did a great job. That put me in the mood for the Haunted Mansion. So stay tuned for that. Let's head over to the Haunted Mansion. And I know everybody's gonna say, but John, it's kind of in the sun. And I'll say, but we'll have some shade at least. I have Frankenchill, so that should work for us just fine. Let me double check. Frankenchill shut off again. I don't know what's going on, Randy. Every time I check Frankenchill, it's shut down. It could be that Frankenchill gets too hot, maybe in the sun too. But it's on again. So every time I check it, I re-engage it. Just like, Captain Picard, engage. But welcome to the channel, In Good Time. Chris says, hey John, from Fun to Be Free. I bet I can do the key to Disneyland experience and unlock 5 different lands and get a free complimentary pin. I bet you can, Chris. I'm willing to. I think you'll nail it. I think you'll have success with that. Good luck. Oh, and Oz Noz. That's OZZKNOZZ, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free as well. Well, hello there, Oz Noz. To see you. Oh, Oz Noz, I bet possibly saw me at the piano at Casey's Corner Piano, maybe? Possibly met Oz Noz, maybe? I don't know. Welcome to the channel. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Oz Noz. Urinator back in the chat says, I like the noodles in this styrofoam. Oh, we got a steam whistle from the Liberty Bell. But again, Urinator says, I like the noodles in the styrofoam. I placed the entire package in boiling water. It's so good, the foam floats. It is funny. Sonic says, Emporium of the Festival of Fantasy, LOL. Awesome. Awesome. Liberty Bell is now disembarking for its, circumnavigation of the rivers of America from the riverboat landing. You can see and hear it now. We're headed towards the Haunted Mansion. Stay tuned for that. We're somewhat in some shade right now, so I can moderately see the phone screen. Let me get back to the chat though. Again, Sonic says, Emporium of the Festival of Fantasy, LOL. Sonic says, 207 sounds like that bus that goes over a small bridge onto a small island. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Sonic. And Rich Cullen says, thanks for showing that, John. I used to love the Magic Shop as a kid. There was also one in Fantasyland back in the 1970s. Yeah, so you're probably around my age is my guess. Rich Cullen, I apologize. I went to just get a quick drink of water there. But yeah, Rich Cullen, I do remember the Magic Shop at Disneyland as well. In Anaheim, California. Oh, we're gonna join the queue here at the Haunted Mansion. Hello there, nice to see you. Hello, thank you for making the magic. But yeah, Rich Cullen says, thanks for showing us that, John. I used to love the Magic Shop as a kid. There was also one in Fantasyland back in the 1970s. So Rich Cullen, I never actually experienced the Magic Shop here at the Magic Kingdom. I don't have recollection of it. I don't recall what year was the last year. The first year I was here at the Magic Kingdom was May of 1996, Rich Cullen. But Rich Cullen, you may be, somewhat in my age range, but you might be just a little older than myself. But yeah, the Magic Shop was always a fun experience, wasn't it, Rich Cullen? Sonic says, the bus in my former city of Montreal, that is. Oh, and now I see where you're going with this, Sonic. 207. Urinator says, hi at Oznaz. Rain says, welcome in, Oz. Hold on, the chat's still rolling. It is jumping still. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Rich Cullen says, Fats Waller tune on the piano, excellent. Eric Goldstein says he's very good. Yeah, Grayson is amazing, spectacular. Oh, hello there, nice to see you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from?
Texas.
Oh, nice to see you, welcome. Have you been here before?
Yes, we have.
Okay, are you guys experts here?
Kind of.
So you know what you're doing.
Yes.
Very cool. Do you have your phone with you by any chance?
I do.
Here's my QR code.
Cool.
We go live every day, 2 o'clock from the Walt Disney World Resort.
You're here like every day?
Yeah, every day.
Oh,
I love it.
sounds like it.
Oh, hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. We're live on YouTube right now. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone by any chance?
Like a little
If shout it out. Come closer to the microphone. Here, when we pause up here, come closer to the microphone.
I'm just kind of, like,
Oh, okay.
but I do actually have a tattoo about you.
I would love to see it. I'd love to hear about it. Do you do videos from where?
Just educational videos.
Oh,
I also do small business marketing and brand.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Shout it out, shout it out.
Oh,
My microphone's here.
so what do you want me to say?
However you feel comfortable. You can be off
Okay.
camera. You could just stand here. It should pick up here, but
Okay. Hey, I'm Sarah from sarahshaw.com and Sarah Shaw on YouTube. I'm just standing next to this kind man in the line.
I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's
Yep.
nice to meet you. Where are you from?
I'm from Illinois.
Oh,
Yep, so we came a ways, but having a good time with my little guy.
Excellent. But it's only one plane ride, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You sat down, and the next thing you know, you're in Central Florida. What did it feel like when, they opened the aircraft door?
I mean, humid.
Yeah. Is that the best way you can say it? Just,
Yeah.
to me, it just, wham, it hits you in the face. You know you've arrived in Florida.
So Fun to Be Free, is it like financial? Is it
Oh, no. So, remember Epcot Center? There used to be an attraction called World of Motion. In World of Motion, there was a song called It's Fun to Be Free. And so my channel name, Fun to Be Free, is a play on It's Fun to Be Free, to be on the move. So yeah. Very cool. And my favorite attraction of all time is actually the Haunted Mansion.
Oh,
Beautiful.
And the reason why we came over here, because we saw on Casey's Corner on Main Street, USA, there was Grayson playing the piano, and I asked him to play the Haunted Mansion. And so it put me in the mood, so here we are at the Haunted Mansion.
nice.
Beautiful. Yeah. All right, let's get back to the chat, though. Sonic says, John, did you know that people booed the U.S. anthem played at hockey games all due to a political statement? But this hedgehog has more respect than that. I'm just happy that I'm not a hockey fan. Yeah, but what about MCM? MCM's a big hockey fan, right? Sonic? Randy says, Grayson's tickling the ivories like they owe him rent. Oh, I think I know where Randy's going with this. So let me pop up the subscribe banner here. And we'll start this over. And we'll do this justice, of course, as we look at the exterior elevation of the Haunted Mansion here. Grayson's tickling the ivories like they owe him rent, and we're halfway to 100 likes. Don't leave us hanging like a broken piano string. Smash that like button harder than Grayson hits a high note, and let's get this symphony of support all the way to 100. Nailed it, Randy. Look at, we'll do it again, because that was pretty good. Randy saying, Grayson's tickling the ivories like they owe him rent, and we're halfway to 100 likes. Don't leave us hanging like a broken piano string. Smash that like button harder than Grayson hits a high note, and let's get this symphony of support all the way to 100. So I also believe what Randy's talking about is we haven't hit our goal of 100 likes today. So John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. If you're viewing us live, we're going to do an all call. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. And then once I get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button if you haven't done so already. So here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Smash that like button. Do it now. Let's go. Thank you, Randy. Nevada Swiss says, I wouldn't get too close to the pianist. He must be dangerous if they need to build a fence around him. Haha. Yeah, Nevada Smith, exactly. Yeah, but as everybody's aware, it's for everybody's safety to keep, of course, the guests at bay away from the piano, if you will, the piano player. Randy says, haha, Nevada. Eric Goldstein says, the little kids always get real close. They sure do, Eric Goldstein. You saw it firsthand. Yukon Ron, welcome in, welcome back. Yukon Ron says, Dracula musical? No, the Haunted Mansion. Nevada Smith says, haha. Urinator says, I love Dracula. Sonic says, isn't this the grim grinning ghost? You did say something else, but yeah, GGG is mashed up with the other pieces of music. Yeah, he did a mashup, Sonic. You're right.
Yeah, I did.
It's almost like a Disneyland Paris mashup for Thunder Mesa. Thunder Mesa is more like Frontierland combined with New Orleans Square, if you will, from Disneyland. Or Liberty Square combined with Frontierland here at the Magic Kingdom. Peter Pan back in the chat says, John, I sent you a photo of Elijah dressed as Captain Jack. Oh, you did, Peter Pan? I got to check that out. Thank you for that, Peter Pan. I'll have to check it when I'm offline. Thank you, Peter Pan. Urinator says, I like monkeys because they show their teeth like Dracula. Randy says, John and Frank are Magic Kingdom's Frankie, heating up like a churro in July, and John's chugging water just to keep the pony from turning into a carousel. Randy, look at you go. So let's pop up the subscribe banner. I was pretty certain I knew where you were going with this. We'll start that over here. Randy says, John and Frank are Magic Kingdom's Frankies, heating up like a churro in July, and John's chugging water just to keep the pony from turning into a carousel. For those who haven't yet, please hit that subscribe, smash the like. It's the last Dole Whip on Earth, and ring that notification bell so you never miss a moment of the magic. John's here every day at 2, more reliable than a parade down Main Street. Awesome, Randy, thank you for that. Florida Mark says, great pianist. Awesome, Florida Mark, you're right. Randy says, I agree, Mark. I like Grayson more than Neil. Oh, Randy. They're both talented. They're both very talented, Randy. Sonic says, since I'm melting here, I'll turn on the AC. Yeah, it costs money though, right, Sonic? Sonic says, because I'm eating warm food. Urinator says, LOL, Sonic Hedgehog melting in Canada. Florida Mark says, don't melt. Where are we in the chat? It just jumped. Don't melt at Sonic. Got it. Urinator says, I went to Canada as a kid. It is cold. Sonic says, LOL, if I do melt, I'll be the stinky blob. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Sonic says, LOL, if I do melt, I'll be the stinky blob. Urinator says, LOL, Sonic. Rich Colin says, a little fan with a small cartridge or cooling gel would work. Do they even sell anything like that? I don't know. Yeah, Rich Colin, I have a very specialized fan. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. So yeah, Rich Cullen. So I have the fan unit that I call Franken-Chill. It provides air cooling. Hello there. And long story short, bottom line, it's not your average fan. It has actually a proprietary material, and so on the backside, if I hold it in my hand while it's operating, the backside of the fan actually feels cold. In other words, as cold as refrigeration. Just like in Back to the Future Part 3. It's a refrigerator. Iced tea? So yeah, Rich Cullen, that is absolutely the truth. But yeah, Rich Cullen's talking about a little fan with a small cartridge of cooling gel would work. Do they even sell anything like that? I don't know. Yeah, I have one, Rich Cullen. It is operating right now. Oh, and Fast Pass Radio back in the chat. I think I know where Fast Pass Radio is going with this. Fast Pass Radio says, John's headed to the Haunted Mansion. If he makes it out, he'll spill the tea on Disney versus Epic Universe. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before the Ghost do. Nailed it, Fast Pass Radio. Thank you for that. Again, Fast Pass Radio says, John's headed to the Haunted Mansion. If he makes it out, he'll spill the tea on Disney versus Epic Universe. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before the Ghost do. Awesome, Fast Pass Radio. Very well done, as always, Fast Pass Radio. Randy says, could it be a connection on the fan? Yeah, I'm testing that out. That's why I was holding in my hand, trying to wiggle the USB-C cable around, Randy, because I have that elbow connection, the 90 degree. I suspicion it was that at first, but it seems to be fine in my hand, you know, moving it around frantically. Seems to be fine. I don't know. It could have an internal thermostat on the fan. If it just gets too hot, it may shut down. It is very, very warm here today, Randy. Sonic says, that was real good, that meal, but the AC can't cool me off fast enough with the fan being on max. Just like Franken-Chill, Sonic. Fast Pass Radio says, funny name, LOL, at Urinator. Fast Pass Radio. Reddy says, that's 3, very good. Sonic says, I need an ice cream sandwich. Oh, that sounds good. Derek says, hello everyone from Burlington, Ontario, Canada. Welcome in, welcome back, Derek. Nader says, howdy folks. Nice to have Nader back in chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Rich Cullen says, the official flower of the Florida is mildew. Rich Cullen, look at you go. Nader says, I detect the presence of another Nader. That's right. We have Nader and Yuri Nader. So Nader, the first time Yuri Nader popped in the chat, I said, hey Nader, did you change your handle? Do you have dual handles? Anyways, Rich Cullen says the official flower of Florida is mildew. Derek says, Urinator, Canada is not cold all the time. Urinator says, hi, at Nader. Sonic says, it's fun to be free, to be on the move, but to feel the groove as well. Sonic, look at you go. We got DJ Sonic in the house. Derek says, are you going to the haunted house? Yeah, we're here, Derek, right now. Sonic says, hi, Nader. Urinator says, who's the original question is? Oh, yeah. Who's the original Slim Shady? Is that the question? Nevada Smith says, howdy, Nader. Sonic says, geez, I need a second ice cream sandwich. Oh, it's so hot there? It's hot here, Sonic. Yuri Nader says, do it at Sonic. Sonic says, I ate the second one very fast. Randy says, Grayson has the edge on Neil. Never said that they're not talented, but Grayson has that extra oomph. Okay, Randy, if you insist. I think they're both talented. And Jason Thibodeau, welcome in and welcome back. Jason Thibodeau says, hello, John. Dropping in to give a like and say hello. Oh, nice to have Jason Thibodeau back in the chat. Well, thank you, Jason. We're currently at the Haunted Mansion in the queue. In just a few moments, we'll experience this world-class attraction. You heard me say it once before. I'll say it again. Jason Thibodeau, this is my favorite attraction of all time, the Haunted Mansion. Chris says, oh, I love ice cream sandwiches, everybody. They're one of my favorite things to eat. Florida Mark says, I love ice cream in general. Yeah, who doesn't, Florida Mark? Sonic says, but then, John, you will have a ghost follow you everywhere you go. You mean, Sonic, and a ghost will follow you home. Right, Sonic? On the go with CeeLo, welcome in, welcome back. All right, John. Oh, on the go with CeeLo, I think you like your Haunted Mansion and your Remy's Ratatouille adventure, I think, on the go with CeeLo. Welcome in, welcome back. Rich Cullen says, I get all my jokes from Super Boomtown. He'll check in later with y'all. Rich Cullen is friends with Super Boomtown, eh? Oh boy. I like it when Super Boomtown's in the chat. I think I like it when Rich Cullen's in the chat too. And I think Fast Pass Radio just popped back in the chat as well. Fast Pass Radio says, Yuri Nader is still searching for his long-lost uncle. I pee freely. Meanwhile, John's diving into Disney drama at the Haunted Mansion. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Fastest Radio, look at you go. Oh boy. Fastest Radio again says, Yuri Nader's still searching for his long-lost uncle. I pee freely. Meanwhile, John's diving into Disney drama at the Haunted Mansion. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Well, thank you so much, Fast Pass Radio. And again, once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, head over to fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com, where you could actually stream free Disney parks music. So again, fastpassradio.com is where you could stream free Disney parks music or Disney background music. Shout out to fastpassradio.com. Well done, Fast Pass Radio, as always. We're currently in the queue for the Haunted Mansion. Stay tuned for this amazing attraction. Eric Goldstein says, Haunted Mansion time, don't be afraid. That's right, Eric Goldstein. Derek says, this attraction gives me the creeps every time. Really, Derek? Jason Thibodeau has emoji icon ghost. Yeah, Jason Thibodeau has the emojis of ghosts. Sonic says, Urinator, I know where you went with that name ever since you came in here, Sonic. So the Urinator's keeping you on your toes, huh, Sonic? Do you, Sonic, there's lots of snow in your area maybe for Urinator? On the Go with CeeLo says, all right, John, I arrived late. Listen to the news, watch both Festival of Fantasy Parade and now live. Gotta love the Festival of Fantasy Parade. I'm excited for the 70th at Disneyland in June, plus the new nighttime parade that will be at Magic Kingdom. I agree on the Go with CeeLo. So real quick, on the Go with CeeLo, John with Fun to Be Free cannot wait. You could hear the Liberty Bell, the steam whistle in the background, and the big brass bell going. But yeah, on the Go with CeeLo, John with Fun to Be Free cannot wait for the nighttime parade to premiere here at the Magic Kingdom. And we still don't have an official opening date for it, as well, as you're aware. But thank you for being here on the Go with CeeLo. So you and, of course, Rich Cullen go back a while, I'm guessing, on the Go with CeeLo. Nader says, at Urinator, I have been Nader since Mater talked about at the In the Cars one. Thanks for the background, Nader. Sonic says, yeah, and a ghost will follow you home at the end of your video and day. That's right, Sonic. On the Go with CeeLo says, love me some Haunted Mansion, Hatbox Ghost. Will it lag? It always does right there. Yeah, we're still trying to, hammer out the kinks on the technical setup with Frankenstein Mark 6 on the Go with CeeLo. So I made some more technical adjustments. So on the Go with CeeLo, every day, John with Fun to Be Free is constantly tinkering with the settings and adjustments and the physical setup for Frankenstein Mark 6. So the more settings I messed with or tinkered with, I'm very, very excited to see how they're going to turn out here at the mansion. Rich Cullen says, it's like a Clark Kent Super Boomtown paradox. I like where this is going, Rich Cullen. It's like a Clark Kent Super Boomtown paradox. Oh boy.
Go ahead down the middle, please.
Nader says, I'm happier than a tornado in a trailer park. Very nice, Nader. Well done. I'm happier than a tornado in trailer park. Sonic says, but then a different ghost follows you home every single day, John. But how? Because there's only 999 happy haunts. But there's room for 1,000, Sonic, as you know. Michael Juniper, welcome in, welcome back, says, great to watch again from here in the UK. Cheers. Oh, it's nice to have Michael Juniper back. Well, welcome back, Michael Juniper. You've probably seen me say it, or heard me say it, I should say. We're here at the Haunted Mansion. Stay tuned for this world-class attraction in just a few moments. Sonic says, LOL, Nader. Tornator is very destructive, though. No kinks, John. Conks. LOL. Quick update on the streamer phone. We still have a yellow flame. Let me double check the fan. Oh, we got device overheated, unable to charge. That's on the primary camera, the DJI Pocket 3. So I'm attempting to charge it. The streamer phone's charging, but the primary camera is overheated right now. We have a yellow flame on the streamer phone as well, but luckily we're headed into some air conditioning. You heard that audible tone, I'm sure. Well, I'd say, we're heading in somewhat to air conditioning. We got cut off. But in the meantime, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Randy says, welcome back, Jason. Randy says, welcome back, CeeLo. Sonic says, nah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Happy haunts, John. If you insist, Sonic, but it clearly says there's 999 happy haunts here at the Haunted Mansion. On the Go with CeeLo says, John, you're doing a great job. Love talking to you in the chat all the time. Well, thank you, On the Go with CeeLo. I appreciate that. I like it when you're in the chat, dude. And I love it when Coach N is here. And now, Rich Cullen. Keep them coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. On the Go Vasilo says, hey, hey, Randy. Yeah, on the Go Vasilo, Randy's apparently the employee of the month. The Fun to Be Free chat family has voted, hands down. Randy is the #1 employee of the month. I'm checking the actual Frank and Chill fan. I just reactivated it. It turned off again. So it keeps turning off. Randy, I'm still checking the connection to it. I don't think it's the connection. I think it's got an internal thermostat. When it gets too hot, I think it just shuts off. It's running now though. Rich Cullen said, here lies Uncle Rich. He crashed his car into a ditch. Well done, Rich Cullen. Reading off the epitaphs from the
which offers you this chilling challenge. Of course, there's always my way. Oh, I didn't mean to frighten prematurely. Chills come later. Now, as they say, look alive, and we'll continue our little tour. And let's all stay together. Please.
Already? What do you mean? Like, my party.
The real chills come later. Now, as they say, look alive, and we'll continue. And let's all stay together.
She's recharging the battery right now. She never falls asleep like There was some lady that kept pushing me. I literally had to say, excuse me. Yeah.
first edition and marble busts of the literary world has ever known.
Playful spooks have interrupted our tour. Please remain seated in your doom buggy. We will proceed in just a moment. Kindly remain seated in your doom buggy. We will continue our tour.
They have all retired here to the haunted mansion. Actually, we have 999 happy haunts here. But there's room for 1,000. Any volunteers? Should Simon join us? Final arrangements may be made at the end. Every room has wall to wall, and heaven has more
toads in a pond. Let there be music from regions beyond. Wizards and witches, wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at.
The happy haunts have received your sympathetic vibrations and are beginning to materialize. They're assembling for a hitting swing tonight. They're assembly expecting me. wanted you to build. And they'll honor you until you return. The safety bar, and a ghost will follow you home.
Let's get back to the chat. Fastest Radio says Sonic Hedgehog loves Sonic the Hedgehog. If he lived in the US, he'd be at Sonic Drive-Thru daily. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more fun and Disney vibes. Look at Fast Radio go. Oh, I'll pop up the subscribe banner, Fast Radio. Here we go again. Fast Radio says Sonic Hedgehog loves Sonic the Hedgehog. If he lived in the US, he'd be at Sonic Drive-Thru daily. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more fun and Disney vibes. Yet again, very well done, Fast Radio. So good. Thank you. Sonic says that would be 1,234,567,890. Sonic says that is true. Sonic says, oh no, John, audio is wonky again. Oh yeah, I think I got it. I'm on top of it. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Auntie B says, hi there, chat people. Welcome in, welcome back. Auntie B, we're over at the Magic Kingdom today. We just disembarked from the Haunted Mansion. But real quick, oh, there's the Liberty Bell. We got the steam whistle behind me. Let me double check to see if, yeah, the Frankenchill's still working right now. So real quick update. You may have noticed that the audio may have disconnected or may have went robotic or out of sync possibly. And I actually refreshed the audio and video when we were inside the Haunted Mansion, somewhere around the stretch room, if you will. So what I think's going on with that is when the DJI Pocket 3, the main camera that you're viewing on right now, the main camera, I think it overheats. And so once it overheats, it actually disconnects the actual audio sync. When I say audio sync, the time code. In other words, the audio gets out of sync and it sounds robotic, if you will. So I've been watching that, you know, for the routine that it does. In other words, once the main camera gets too hot, it doesn't want to charge anymore, and I could feel it radiating heat or emitting a lot of heat. Then I'm aware that there's a possibility the audio could be out of sync, and then the chat starts rolling very fast, and I go, oh, there's either a brand new sub, or possibly a lot of people going, John, your audio's messed up again. So thank you for everybody giving me the updates there. So I've, a little more in tune, a little more in touch, if you will, in regards to the audio becoming out of sync. And again, I think it has to do with the actual heat level of the primary camera, along with the streamer phone. So we experienced some more weak reception inside the Haunted Mansion. And I think that has to do with, in fact, the heat level of the streamer phone. In other words, when the streamer phone also gets hot, it doesn't function efficiently, and that provides, or as a result of the bad news that is, it makes for the weak receptions or the gray screen. So I'm looking into that. I got some ideas how to solve this. I have some parts at home that I'm currently testing to try to get around the heat levels, if you will. it may in fact become or evolve into a brand new camera rig. So stay tuned for that as well. Stay tuned for more details in regards to a new camera rig. Hopefully that it will keep the streamer phone cooler and of course eliminate the need that the audio will become out of sync, if you will. So we're working on that, still testing it. So stay tuned for more updates as they come in. But Sonic says hi at Auntie B. Scooter Adventure says, oh no. Oh yeah, so we got a bunch of people in there talking about the probably the audio out of sync. But Sonic says bravo. And Sonic says look alive, but with strive. On the go, CeeLo says Rich, remind me where we have crossed paths. I've been around a bit. Auntie B says how things going with this, Sonic? On the go, CeeLo says I think jinxed it by saying the word lag. Well, I don't know. On the go, CeeLo. As you're aware, some portions of the Haunted Mansion interior are a little challenging on cellular data. So quick update there on the go with CeeLo. I'm actually using 2 different cellular carriers, AT&T and Verizon, and I'm checking into T-Mobile. So I'd like to add T-Mobile to the mix, to maximize the actual cellular data connections. Let's jump up onto the boardwalk, or into the shade, if you will. We need to keep my camera rig Frankenstein Mark 6 as cool as possible. It's very warm here today. Sonic says not too bad, Auntie B. Just melting before. Sonic says going for my 3rd ice cream sandwich. Scooter Adventure says, John, remember, don't pull down the safety bar, please. He will lower it for you. You got it, Scooter Adventures. Heather Estes, have you been here before? Your handle feels very familiar. Heather Estes. If so, welcome back, welcome in. Says, hi, how are you doing? Oh, I'm great. Heather Estes, we're broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Auntie B says, hello, John. Well, hello there, Auntie B. And Nader back in the chat says, stepped away, seems cranky spirits have interrupted our journey. Yeah, you're right, Nader. We were in the load area there from the Haunted Mansion for a while. I'm not quite certain what was going on. But we're all good to go here. We're currently in Pecos Bill, Tall Inn and Cafe. Hello there, nice to see you. May I get 1 cup for water, please? Hold on just a moment. Be right with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Bye-bye. All right, we have a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. So we have got some success there. But I want to go back to Nader's last comment. Nader says, stepped away. Seems cranky spirits have interrupted our journey. You nailed it, Nader. I love it. Sonic says that ghost will follow John home at the end of the day, but will the ride work or did it break down? The only way to find out is to like, subscribe, and comment. But as soon as I said that, the crowd moves. Sonic, look at you go. That was good. I'll pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do that again. I did not know you were going to do that. I did not, I stepped in it, Sonic, if you will. So here we go. Sonic says, a ghost will follow John home at the end of the day, but will the ride work or did it break down? The only way to find out is to like, subscribe, and comment. But as soon as I said that, the crowd moves forward. Sonic, very well done. Heather Estes says, hi, how are you doing? Oh, we're great, Heather. Randy says, welcome in, Heather. Sonic says, hi, Heather. Hess says, we're doing fine, thanks. And Danielle Rivera Thomas, hi, everyone. Danielle Rivera Thomas, are you a new subscriber or have you been here before? Some of the handles are very, very familiar to John with Fun to Be Free. Hold on one moment. I'm just changing hands, if you will. We're in Frontierland right now. We're rapidly approaching Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So stay tuned for that. It's a little warm outside, but hey, everywhere we go it's warm, it seems like. Even in the Haunted Mansion it was still warm. The air conditioning wasn't that cold in there today. But I think Danielle Rivera Thomas is a new subscriber, right? If so, welcome to the channel, Danielle Rivera Thomas. It's hard to drink and talk at the same time. I'm better at chewing gum and walking at the same time, though. But drinking and talking, a little challenging sometimes. Sonic says, this hedgehog is not melting anymore. Maybe that General TAO meal was a bad idea this afternoon. LOL. Oh, but yeah, no matter what you ate, probably. Even if it's, a little warm, it'll heat you up, Sonic. Randy says, welcome in, Danielle. Sonic says, yes, hi, at Danielle Rivera Thomas. And Sonic says, sorry, I'm just enjoying the stream. Thank you for being here, Sonic. Antonio Stewart. Antonio Stewart. Have you been here before? There's 3 people in a row. I go, these names seem oddly familiar to me. Antonio Stewart, you've been here before, right? If so, welcome in, welcome back. Says hello, everyone. Randy says, welcome back, Antonio from Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, and Just Josh. Just Josh, I do believe Just Josh is a new subscriber. Hello, Just Josh. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Just Josh says, if there is any ride I would love to get an evac on, it's this ride. Are you talking about the Haunted Mansion? Just Josh? Welcome to the channel. I think you just found your new chat family, Just Josh. Antonio Stewart says, thank you, Randy. Hold on, I'm going to navigate down the steps here to the lower level. Bear with me one moment. I'll come back to the chat. I'm still enjoying my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. We're now at Tiana's Bayou Adventure, where the posted standby entrance wait time sign says 45 minutes. So that's 45 minutes for standby for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So let's join the queue and stay tuned for this world-class attraction. Randy says, welcome in, Just Josh. Randy says, hey B. Randy says, just doing a pub sub run. Whoa, a little late for lunch, Randy? Or is it dinner? Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Hello there. Saturday Parks Live. Saturday Parks Live says, hey John, thank you for the amazing stream today. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye-bye for now. Well, thank you for joining us, Saturday Parks Live. Probably see you tomorrow, right? We're going to navigate around the horn, around the stanchion pole. Hold on one moment.
While waiting in line, we ask that you keep up for the party in front of you, filling in all that available space. This will help keep your wait time down to an absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading cast member the total number in your party. Once again, y'all, please keep up for the person in front of you at all times. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your magical day at Magic Income.
And Randy says, welcome back Saturday. Chris says, oh yes, I had so much fun. And don't forget everyone, I'm going to have more fun when I go to Disneyland on Wednesday. See you all on the next adventure. Bye-bye for now. Oh, Chris, well, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Zeep180, welcome in, welcome back. Zeep180 back in the chat says, how is Frank doing in the heat? Not well, Zeep180, not well at all, actually. As I say that, I'm outside. I'm exposed in the elements here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We have Frank and Chill activated, Zeep180. I need to double check. In fact, I think Frank and Chill just deactivated, in fact. Here, one moment. I'm holding my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. I'm going to place it down there, if you will, down there for a moment. Let me, the camera's bouncing around wildly. Let me engage the fan. Okay, we got it. It's on now. Fan's back on, Zeep180. Yeah, but Frankie boy, he's got a yellow flame, Zeep180. You know what happens when we get a yellow flame? We get weak reception. So I'm trying to keep Frankenstein Mark 6 cool, as cool as possible with Frank and Chill, the fan. But yeah, a little warm here today, Zeep180. But Zeep180 probably in proximity, somewhere around the Walt Disney World property is my guess today. Sonic says, I will say it my way, and a ghost will follow you home. Wahaha! You nailed it, Sonic. That's pretty much it. Sonic says, I still bark at your embarkation. LOL. Right, Sonic? Brandon says, see you later, Chris. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Sonic says, audio sync or audio sync? Yeah, S-Y-N-C or S-I-N-K. Well, hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now.
What's the channel?
Fun to Be Free. Fun to Be Free. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from? Oh, you're locals. Do you have annual passes? Yeah. Okay, so you come often? Yeah. You guys are experts, huh? Yeah. I need to double check the fan. I just turned it on and it's off again. How do you like them apples? Hold on. I just engaged it. Blue light on. Again, I think it has to do with the fan actually gets overheated too. Because I played with the connections on the USB-C cables, everything. But Sonic's saying audio sync or audio sync? That's S-Y-N-C or S-I-N-K. So is that like in sync audio? In sync the band, Sonic. Sonic says LOL. How do I know that's coming? Antonio Stewart says hello, fun to be free. Well, hello there, Antonio Stewart. Fastest Radio says bingo bango. Nailed it. Sonic says, where's the bongo, Fast Pass? Randy says, yes, Fast Pass. John has me saying that now also. Really? Bingo bango? Sugar in the gas tank? Ex-boyfriend strikes again?
Late 2025.
Randy says, John, when you say radiating heat, all I think about is Yule log. Exactly. Exactly, Randy.
So where do you get those ARs?
Sonic says, LOL, Randy. Eric Goldstein says, I love ice cream sandwiches. Oh, wow, I could go for an ice cream sandwich right now, Eric Goldstein. But John with Fun to Be Free is still hydrating here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure Q. Carmine Graves, I believe is a new subscriber as well. Hello there, Carmine Graves. Welcome to the channel, Carmine Graves. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Carmine Graves. Carmine Graves says, I want to go to Disneyland, but is it weird for a guy to go alone? Carmine Graves, I don't think so. John with Fun to Be Free goes alone to the Walt Disney World Resort every day, but you could also say I'm accompanied by my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6 and everybody in the chat as well. But no, I don't think it's weird to go alone to Disneyland, Carmine Graves.
All available space, but they always say, if there's room on the floor, there's room for more. So please keep it with that person in front of you at all times. Once in the loading area, please set that loading class number, the total number in your body. That is everyone that got in mind with you, not the person you're sitting with, but the total number of people in your party. Once again, friends, please keep it with that person in front of you at all times, filling in all available space. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your day at the Magic Kingdom. Let the good times roll.
And Fastest Radio says, John's so deep in Disney news, he can't tell who's new or not. Are you a new viewer? Who knows? Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he gets more confused. Fastest Radio, yeah, exactly. Fastest Radio says, John's so deep in Disney news, he can't tell who's new or not. Are you a new viewer? Who knows? Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he gets more confused. Yeah, Fastest Radio, yeah, nailed it with that one. Oh boy. So, if you're new to the channel, once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's done and once it's over, we're not ending now, but once it does conclude, head over to fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com. Shout out to fastpassradio.com. That's where you can listen to free Disney Parks background music on fastpassradio.com. Well done, Fastpass Radio. Antonio Stewart says, yes, I've been to Orlando, Florida before, Fun to Be Free. Yeah, it's a little warm out here, isn't it? A little hot and humid for you, Antonio Stewart? Mary in the Move back in the chat says, at Carmine Graves, it's okay. I go alone all the time. It may be feeling a little weird, but sitting on Main Street with its ambiance and people watching is actually very nice. I concur with Mary on the Move on that one. I'm down to just ice. Randy says, that's 2 cups, 2 sips. Water, water everywhere. Let's all have a drink. Oh, and I do believe we have another new subscriber. One moment, I'm attempting to navigate to my subscribe banner by popping it up. I only have one available finger with my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. But wish upon a Disney, exclamation point, dash Susan Silva. That's wish upon a Disney, Susan Silva. A new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel. Wish upon a Disney, Susan Silva. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Wish upon a Disney, Susan Silva says, I have been ninja watching, but I have to ask, just how hot is it? Oh, it's hot. I could pop up the weather on screen. We could double check. I have to do this. Let me dump the ice out of my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. And I don't see a garbage receptacle in front of me, so I'm gonna put this in my pocket after I crush it. Let me take one more sip. Okay, we're gonna crush it good. Hulk smash that like button. So I put it in my pocket there. Let me pop up the weather, so I have to dig around in my cargo shorts pockets. Wish upon a Disney Susan Silva. Hold on one moment. And that's the Bat phone, the BAT phone. And I'm going to enable the wireless feature on the Bat phone so I could send the phone screen over to your device at home. If you give me just one moment, I'll be right with you. And we'll pop up the weather here. Okay. All right, over to the right-hand side of your screen, the Walt Disney World weather widget, where the animation will come off the screen and reveal the actual temperature. So here we go. We're located in Bay Lake at the Walt Disney World Resort. It's currently 93 degrees. It's sunny with a high of 93 degrees and a low of 66 degrees. Sunny conditions will continue for the rest of the day. Wind gusts are up to 9 miles per hour. Of course, you can see by 9 o'clock p.m. it goes down to 83 degrees with the sunset at 8:09 p.m. So the rest of the weather for the week, we got a high of 93, 95, 95, 95, and 96. That's just like cheeseburgers. Right, Sonic? Lots of cheeseburgers. Okay, I'm going to take the weather off the screen, but there you go. Worship on a Disney Susan Silva. Just how hot is it? 93 degrees, headed up to 95 tomorrow. And I'm taking the graphic off the screen, and we're magically transported back to Tiana's Bayou Adventure here in Frontierland at the Magic Kingdom. I need to disable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. Hold on just a moment. I'll be right with you. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Bah, bah, bah. I don't know why I thought about that, Sonic, but the lyrics that I'm listening to, the background music, or Fast Radio, the BGM, if you will. So I'm putting the Bat phone back in my pocket, my cargo shorts pocket. Hold on a second. I just disabled the wireless feature, and I'm zipping the zipper, and I'm zipping it good. Mary the Move says, welcome in at Wish Upon a Disney. Susan Silva. Florida Mark says, hey at Zeep 180. Fast Radio says, at Mary the Move, I do the same. I'm there all the time. Fast Radio. Awesome. You're at Disneyland all the time, eh? Sonic says, yes, sink or sink? That is the sinking question. LOL, nailed it, Sonic. And he says, what's up, Zeep? We are going to have to get John and Frank a full-body AC suit for Randy. I don't know what that looks like. I don't think I want to know what that looks like. Hold on, the chat's jumping, but I found Wish Upon a Disney. Susan Silva says, I've been ninja watching, but I have to just ask how hot. Oh, it jumped back to that last statement, I think. Hold on. Where are we? Okay, there we go. Wish Upon a Disney. Susan Silva says, looked up the temp, 93 right now. Oh, you looked it up too. Okay, so we got it. So 93 degrees. It's blistering hot, if you will, here, Susan Silva. Antonio Stewart says, thank you, Fun to Be Free. You're welcome, Antonio Stewart. Randy says, welcome in, Susan. And Sonic says, hi at Carmen Graves. Carmen Graves says, hi, everyone. Sonic says, oh, something, but the chat's still rolling, jumping. Where are we in the chat? Sonic says, how are you? And Laura Jam is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Well, hello there, Laura Jam. It's nice to meet you, Laura Jam. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Laura Jam says hi. How are you, Laura Jam? Nice to have you. You've just joined the bestest chat family on all of YouTube, Laura Jam. Welcome. Carmen Graves says that Mary the Move. Okay, cool. I just wasn't sure if it was only for families. Thanks, y'all. Randy says, welcome on, Carmine. Zeep180 says, hey, Florida Mark and Rando. Oh, Rando, the employee of the month here on Fun to Be Free? Randy? Yeah, you got it. I'm looking for where we are in the chat, but it keeps jumping, it keeps rolling. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. I'm still behind. Zeep180 says, I'm leaving Space 220. First time there. So good. Oh, very cool, Zeep180. Thanks for the update. Carmine Graves says, at Sonic, I'm doing all right. Just painting the table. Not too happy with the color, though. LOL. Oh, Carmine Graves, are you an artist? Randy says, welcome in, Laura. Eric Goldstein says, I love this ride. Yeah, it's a cool attraction, isn't it, Eric Goldstein? Sonic says, all right. Carmine Graves says, at Randy, thank you. Oh, we got the Walt Disney World Railroad coming into the Frontierland station. Carmine Graves says, at Randy, thank you. Mary the Move says, at Fastest Radio, we got to meet up sometime and grab some grub or a Starbucks and people watch. LOL. Randy says, John, I meant to ask, any residuals from the camel spit from the other day? Any visible damage? Randy, it's good news. I don't see any damage at all, and I don't think the water actually did anything in regards to the audio being robotic or desyncing. So I don't think there's any water damage. So it's good, Randy. But yeah, thanks for asking. So I think we're good. I think the only issue is just the Pocket 3, the camera you're viewing live right now. It just gets too hot. I think that's the whole issue. Potato Land. Oh, Potato Land back in the chat. Potato Land says, breaking Disney news. Disney says, just announced that the Astro Orbiter will still be down for the remainder of today, extending in tomorrow and beyond. Please plan your park day accordingly. Well, I guess you're right, Potato Land. Thank you for that. I got a chuckle out of that. Not bad at all, Potato Land. But again, Potato Land says, breaking Disney news. Disney has just announced that the Astro Orbiter will still be down for the remainder of the today, extending into to tomorrow and beyond. Please plan your park day accordingly. Nice, Potato Land. Well done. Antonio Stewart says, everybody join the chat today. Welcome. Thank you, Antonio Stewart. Randy says, John, you're never alone. I know, Randy. I know. If I say I'm alone, hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. I know, Randy. Festivals Radio says, at Mary on the Move, my son loves the Neverland Sunset from Starbucks. Hello there, nice to see you. Wish upon a Disney. Susan Silva says, not a new subscriber, I subscribe. I think it was a Pete McDevitt Ray just caught alive. Well, thank you, Susan Silva. Hello there, nice to see you. Stevie with the big E. Stevie back in the chat says, I'm alone right now watching Fun to Be Free. It does get weird sometimes, Carmen. Oh, I don't think it does, Stevie. I really don't. In fact, John with Fun to Be Free comes to Walt Disney World Resort quite often by himself without Frankenstein Mark 6, my camera rig, and of course everybody in the chat. I don't think it's weird at all. In fact, I enjoy it. It's just peaceful. Sonic says, wow, that was very loud, the intro to the weather graphic. Oh, is it way too loud? Okay. I'll have to try to adjust it the next time it plays, maybe. Sonic? I think you mentioned that before, and I don't think I ever adjusted the audio level with that. I need to re-export the video file and correct the audio levels on it then, Sonic. Thanks for letting me know that. Sonic says, well, okay, we got that. Chat's still jumping. Lakaya Stewart, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Lakaya Stewart. Lakaya, L-A, capital K-I-A-H, Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T. Lakaya Stewart. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Lakaya Stewart. It's nice to meet you. You've just joined one of the most fun chat families here on the YouTube, Lakaya Stewart. But again, Lakaya Stewart says, hello everyone. Well, hello there, Lakaya Stewart. Mary the Move says, at Fastest Radio, whatever that is, I'm down. Mary the Move says, welcome in, Lakaya Stewart. Randy says, welcome on, Lakaya. Sonic says, cheese temperature, cheese temperature, cheese temperature, cheese, yeah. Sonic's doing a mashup between SNL, cheeseburger, with the weather. Lakaya Stewart says, thank you, Randy. And Potato Land says, am I the only one that thinks the bat phone should be red and John should slide it down a pole and grab Frank in sunglasses, then speeding into the park with the Fun to Be Free mobile? Yeah, that would be awesome, Potato Land. It just turned out that it happens to be black, that's all. But yeah, it totally should be red, right? But again, Potato Land says, am I the only one that thinks the bat phone should be red and John should slide down a pole and grab Frank and sunglasses and speeding to the park in the Fun to Be Free mobile? Yeah, nailed it, Potato Land. I like that. That'd be cool. And quick update. We still have a yellow flame, but boy, oh boy, it feels like I'm sitting in front of a fireplace right now with a roaring fire, how hot the streamer phone is right now. Carmine Graves says, yay, Hendrix. Yeah, look at you. Carmine Graves, yeah. Random. Sometimes John with Fun Be Free's mind just goes random places when I hear, audio cues or BGMs or background music. Lakaya Stewart says, thank you, Mary. Randy says, ha ha ha, Potato Line. Antonio Stewart says, welcome to the chat, Lakaya Stewart. Oh, Antonio Stewart, you're so kind. Where are we in the chat? Oh, I'm almost caught up. Potato Land says, it's so hot. Everyone, how hot is it? It's so hot that my thongs melted. LOL, Potato Land. Oh boy. Sonic says rando, nothing but rando. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. All of a sudden I can see where you're going this. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. Well done, Sonic. Bill Murray, by any chance? Mary the Move says, oh my, at Potato Land. Yeah, exactly, Mary the Move, oh my. Where are we in the chat? As soon as I say, oh, I'm almost caught up, the more chats keep rolling in. Here we go. Mary the Move says, oh my, at Potato Land. Carmen Graves says, oh, at Fun to Be Free. You caught me. I am indeed an artist. Oh, really, Carmine Graves? Do share more details about your work. Where can we find you? C.80 says, rando. Randy says, John, I've had this one on the holster for a while. You've had bat phone several times today. Yeah, Randy, I'm on the edge of my seat. What are you going to say next? What are you going to say next? The fan shut off again, so I'm turning it back on. Sonic says, no problem, John. Steve E says, wasn't referring to being alone in Disney World. Got it, Stevie. Okay, Randy says, here we go. This ought to be good. Okay. I'm going to pop up the subscribe banner. Because this is probably going to be good. Because I see the first word commissioner, and I didn't read the rest of it. But I imagine it has to do with Batman. So here we go.
At this time, to keep your wait time down to its absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading cast member the total number of your party. Once again, y'all, we ask that you please fill in all the available space at this time. If you're standing on any other handrails, standing or sitting on any other handrails, we ask that you please come down from where you are and fill in all the available space for your safety. Once again, y'all, if you're sitting and or standing on any of the handrails, we ask that you please come down from where you are and fill in all the available space. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's booth and the rest of your day at the Magic Kingdom. Let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll, like I said last time we were here. It reminds me of Figment. But Randy's saying, Commissioner just called John and Frank on the bat phone. Situation steamy. Will our heroes make it through Tiana's Bayou adventure without getting soaked? Or will John's hydration plan finally meet its soggy match? For those who haven't yet, hit subscribe, smash that like a rogue beignet, and ring the bell. Look at you go, Randy. You've been sitting on that one for a while, huh? Because you wanted me to say bat phone again, I guess. Look at Randy. Okay, there we go. I'm going to take the complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water and place it in the garbage receptacle there. And I'm going to rejoin my spot in the queue. I'll double check the fan again. And it shut off again. How do you like them apples, Randy? Randy says, Commissioner just called John and Frank on the bat phone. Situation steamy. Will our heroes make it through Tiana's Bayou adventure without getting soaked? Or will John's hydration plan finally meet its soggy match? For those who haven't yet, hit subscribe, smash that like a rogue beignet, and ring the bell. Very well done, Randy. Look at you go. Sonic says, Stevie Nicks, by the way, LOL. Yeah, exactly. Every time I see Stevie in the chat, I think Stevie Nicks for whatever reason, Stevie. I don't know why. Very odd, right? Just like Randy. And probably Sonic, or I should say just like Sonic and probably Randy. Randy says, so you never miss a moment of the magic. John's live every day at 2 p.m., rain or shine, pony or plunge. Oh, Randy, I got cut off. So again, Randy's saying again, so you never miss a moment of the magic. John's live every day at 2 o'clock, rain or shine, pony or plunge. It's even better every time Randy gets better and better. Potato Land back in the chat says, this is the most normal, average, everyday chat. We all have our needs. It's nothing weird, strictly professional here. If you insist, Mr. Thong. Randy says, Zeep. Stevie says, hey, Sonic. Steve E says, Stevie Wonder, actually. Oh, so you're a big Stevie Wonder fan. Okay. Not Stevie Nicks. Okay. Got it. Randy says, uh-oh, Potato Land. You are going to make it change from PG-13 to PG. Oh, yeah, or the first PG-13 film, you know, the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, if you will. Lakire Stewart says, it's nice to meet you all, everyone, and thank you for welcoming me, and it's nice that you're here, Lakire Stewart. I hope you're enjoying today on Fun to Be Free, as, of course, we're in the queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, so stay tuned for this world-class attraction. I'm trying to locate where we're in the chat. It's jumping, it's rolling though. Sonic says, okay, LOL, Stevie. Sonic says, nice. Nader says, later, headed home. Well, thank you for joining us, Nader. We'll see you tomorrow. Sonic says, hey, Lakaya Stewart. Randy says, has no one mentioned the Beverly today? No, we did. There was people in the chat mentioning the Beverly, Randy. There were. Beverly Challenge popped in today, too, in the chat. Florida Mark by in the chat says, hello, Lakaya Stewart. Stevie says, hi there, Lakaya. Randy says, anytime, Lakaya. This is one of the bestest YouTube channel on this side of the flux capacitor. Look at you go, Randy. Again, Randy said, anytime, Lakaya. This is the bestest YouTube channel this side of the flux capacitor. Lakaya Stewart says, hello, Sonic. Sonic says, how are you, Lakaya Stewart? Where are we in the chat? It keeps jumping. Hold on. I'm attempting to find it. Potato Land, back in the chat, says, fun fact, Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom was our first PG-13 movie. Coincidentally, the Fun to Be Free chat has an NC-21 section. It's been updated from 17. LOL, Potato Land. Lakaya Stewart says, hello, Florida Mob. Or Florida Mark, maybe. Alex J, welcome in, welcome back. Alex J says, good afternoon, everyone. Tuning in before we leave for the dessert party at Magic Kingdom. Very cool. Very cool, Alex J. That's awesome. So you get to experience Happily Ever After tonight over near Tomorrowland, or the, you know, Tomorrowland Terrace. Festus Radio back in the chat. Oh, I think I know where Festus Radio is going with this. I'll pop up the subscribe banner. Festus Radio says, Land Shark, Candygram. Nope, just John with more Disney hot takes. Open up and like, subscribe, and Fun to Be Free with John before the shark rings again. Nailed it. Look at you, Festus Radio. Very SNL-esque, if you will. But again, Festus Radio says, Land Shark, ... Candygram. Nope. Just John with more Disney hot takes. Open up, like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before the shark rings again. Exactly. I just pictured Dan Aykroyd going, Candygram, right? Is it? Did I say that right? I hope I said that right. Sonic says, I love my Figment Star Wars, nothing but Figment Star Wars. Star Wars, nothing but Figment Star Wars. Lakaya Stewart says, I'm doing good, Sonic. Potato Land says, Randy, shh. We're in the wrong parts. It's Lufus Brew in here at Magic Kingdom. Sonic says, good, at Lakaya Stewart. Randy says, well, the chat's still rolling. Randy says, darn, it forgot to add Commissioner Gordon. Oh, Randy. I knew where you were going with that. You can do it again, Randy. You can do it again. You can save it for next time. Stevie says, bon appetit, Alex. Yeah, that's so cool, Alex J. Lakaya Stewart says, I apologize, I meant Florida Mark. Got it. That's fine, Lakaya Stewart, no problem. Alex J says, thank you, Stevie. Potato Land says, Fastest Radio, I'm a dolphin, ma'am. Do you know him? Does he call you at home, Potato Land? Stevie says, love Stevie Nicks too. Okay, got it. Lakaya Stewart says, hi, Stevie, thanks. Sonic says, I heard flux capacitor again. I'm telling you, it's the coaxium. Lithium Life back in the chat says, what up, all? Lithium Life back in the chat. All right, just in time for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Here, let me do this. We got to go down to the bayou as we head up the steps. Randy, where do these steps go? They go up. Okay, I'm disengaging the USB-C cable. Hold on a second. So I gotta coil this. One moment. I'm coiling it off camera, and then I'm gonna place it in my cargo shorts pocket. Hold on a second. Going down bayou. This song's always in my head, everybody in the chat, all the time. Auntie B, this song is always in my head now. So I coiled the USB-C cable like a snake, like Hiss from Robin Hood. So now it's in my pocket secure. Going down bayou. Randy says, welcome back, Lithium. Fastest Radio says, haha, Potato Land. Potato Land says, John, when you were in Epcot the other day, did you go on that new Star Wars ride there? Oh, you know, Living with the Lando. Oh, hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Yeah, Potato Land, you said that before. Something to that effect. A new sitcom, Living with Lando, I think it was. Very well done, though. But again, Potato Land says, John, when you were in Epcot the other day, did you go on that new Star Wars ride there? Oh, you know, Living with the Lando. Awesome, 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 Potato Land. Oh, gets a chuckle every time, right? Going down bayou. Scooter Adventures says, Scooter! Oh, now even Scooter Adventures is in show and theme going, Scooter! Just like Ryan Wesley going, Scooter! And then everybody in the chat going, Scooter! I love it, Scooter Adventures. Randy says, Scooter! I love it.
certain people always say that.
Okay, one moment here. I'm digging around in my cargo shorts pockets again. I pulled out Doc. DOC, this is heavy Doc, just like Back to the Future. That came out of my rear pocket. I'm gonna put it in my left cargo short pocket, in the zipper pocket. Hold on a second. And then I'm gonna actually remove the fan. So Frank and Chill the fan, hold on a second, I'm removing it from the streamer phone. So there it is again, that's the fan. It's hot. This fan is very hot, Randy. Usually if it's engaged or has the power, the backside is very cold. Right now the backside is very, very hot. So it could be that the fan just shuts down after a certain temperature. This is the warmest, the hottest day we've had Frank and Chill out. So that's what I think's going on. It just shuts it down on purpose if it gets too hot. So let me place the fan in my cargo shorts pocket. Hold on one moment. And I have to switch hands on Frankenstein Mark 6, my camera rig, to do so. Be right with you. Okay, so now I have the dock and my fan in my left cargo shorts pocket. And you can see the lightning lane, they're rocketing ahead. Well, the standby line, you know, it's still stalled, if you will. Okay, so we have success. We have Doc and Frank and Chill in my left cargo short pocket that the zipper zipped. Now let's get back to the chat. Where are we in the chat? I think I found it. Lithium Life says, we'll try to say what's up to you when you were down there in July. Okay, cool, Lithium Life. I'd love to see you and your family meet you as well. That's awesome, Lithium Life. Thank you for being here. Randy says, I'm waiting for the hallway to see the dead zone right after the AC blast. Oh, you got it, Randy. Randy knows exactly where that spot is. Benny Rodriguez says, Scooter! Benny, yeah, I love it. Randy says, going down the bayou sticks in your head like it's a small world. Yeah, it's an earworm, that's for certain, Randy. Potato Land says, let's see if I could put another classic Disney song in your head. Let's trigger core memories, and let's see what's coming from Potato Land. Scooter Adventure says, Benny! Potato Land says, in the tiki room, oh, Potato Land. John with Fun to Be Free loves his Sherman Brothers, that's for certain. Yeah, is it in my head now? Yeah, it's in my head, you got it. You nailed it, Potato Land. Randy says, welcome back, Benny. Fastest Radio says, we may drop land shark jokes and quote, oh, call it. Fastest Radio, hold on, stand by, stay tuned. I'm gonna make an adjustment to my technical rig, my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6, hold on. Hello there. Just one, please. Just one. Thank you. Thank you for making the magic. So what I actually did is I transformed it, Randy. So I slid the entire mechanism back because I removed the fan. So again, think of it as a sandwich. So it gets wider, and then I put the fan in between, like a, you know, the meat in, say, in a hamburger, if you will. So I slid the whole mechanism back. I call it the knuckle. The knuckle actually holds the two external cameras, the Pocket 3 and the Action 4. So the reason why I slide it forward and backwards in addition is because the balance, it gets out of balance if it's too far forward without the fan. So now it's balanced correctly. I've said it before, Randy, but I could actually stand Frankenstein Mark 6 up with no tripod, right on the handle. It'll stand up, no problem. It's just if somebody like hits the table slightly or wherever the, you know, the flat surface is on, it'll fall over because it's not as solid as a tripod, but it's very well balanced. Okay, let's get back to the chat with Fast Bus Radio. And I'm gonna pop up the subscribe banner. It's a rolling. So Fast Bus Radio says, we may drop land shark jokes and quote Hendrix, but don't worry, we're still young, hip, and totally rad, right? Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John, while retro meets Magic Kingdom. Awesome, Fast Bus Radio. Look at you go yet again. We may drop land shark jokes and quote Hendrix, but don't worry, we're still young, hip, and totally rad, right? Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John, where retro meets Magic Kingdom. Very well done, Fast Bus Radio. Every single one is knocked out of the park as always. Very well done. Randy says, that one too. Potato Land, yeah, that it sticks. Potato Land says, or there's a great big beautiful tomorrow. No, now is the time, is the best time. Now is the time. Now, yes, sir. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Here.
Oh, you're locals. Do you have annual passes?
Huh?
Annual passes?
What is your passes?
Oh, you just come and pay for one day? Oh, okay. Do you have your phone with you?
Yeah. Oh, it's a link.
I have my QR code.
That's cool. So what do you do?
I'm here at Walt Disney World Resort every day at 2 o'clock.
Wow. That's pretty fun. This is not good.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. I have a blast doing this.
Yeah.
Jump into the live chat. We'll have a conversation.
Great.
Let me find. I don't. You could double check on your.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have the feedback right now on this particular device.
I'll try to wait on him, but I'm not waiting anymore.
Potato Land says, yeah. Or there's a great big beautiful tomorrow. No. Now is the time. Now is the best time. That's right, Potato Land. Now is the time. Now is the best time. Now is the best time of your life. Stevie says a knuckle sandwich. Stevie, just like planes, trains, and automobiles, how would you like a mouthful of teeth? Well done, Stevie. Sonic says, knuckle your Squidward, John. LOL. So what Sonic's referring to is Squidward. I named every device on Frankenstein Mark 6, by the way. Squidward is off camera. It's actually supplying juice or power through the USB-C cables. It's a single USB-C cable that leads to 3 USB-C cables. I call it Squidward, and it plugs into the streamer phone, the actual Pocket 3, the main camera we're viewing on right now, and the secondary camera, the Action 4 as well. Potato Land says, wait, I got it. Perfect place for it too. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-a. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity. Ready says 40 feet, John. Yeah, is it?
¿Cómo están, amigos? Por su seguridad, permanezcan sentados con las manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro de mí. Cuiden sus pequeños y vengan la diversión.
So I think we just experienced some cellular data dropout or some weak reception, just exactly where Randy thought it would be. So we were offline for just a brief moment. We're back. Don't worry, we're back. We're online. We're broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom here in Frontierland at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We're in the queue now. In just a few moments, we'll head into the station, the load area. Of course, the cast members, the nice cast members here at the Walt Disney World Resort will group us into our respective row, and we'll experience this amazing attraction together. But let's get back to the chat. Oh, Fast Pass Radio back in the chat again. Here we go again. This is going to be a winner. Fast Pass Radio says, John strikes again with this QR code. Another victim. Viewer joins the fun. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he finds you next. Awesome, Fast Pass Radio. Look at you go. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Get them doggies rolling. Oh, is Nevada Smith still in the chat? Again, Fast Pass Radio says, John strikes again with his QR code. Another victim. Viewer joins the fun. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he finds you next. Very well done, Fast Pass Radio. Sonic says, you skipped over this, John. A SKO, Scooter. I got it, Sonic. That's so cool, right? So quick story. Anybody that's new to the channel, John with Fun to Be Free was actually disembarking from the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind at Epcot a few weeks ago. And at that time, in the unload hallway, or the exit hallway, if you will, there was a song called La Bamba playing. La Bamba. And just like in the movie, you know, La Bamba? The movie, La Bamba? You know the movie La Bamba. At the very end of it, you hear, Richie! So John, with Fun to Be Free, did Scooter! And then Ryan Wesley in the chat went, Scooter! And then everybody started doing, Scooter! Awesome. For anybody that's new to the channel, Scooter Adventures actually does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. Get back in the chat. Bobby Boca says, hey John, the old song from Carousel of Progress was "Now is the time, now is the best time." Sing more. You like it, Bobby Boca? I'm glad you do, Bobby Boca. Hold on a moment.
You want to wait a little bit longer? You can. Y'all step to the side for me.
Hello, just one, please.
Do you like row 7?
Seven's fine.
How many are y'all?
We got row number 7. So stay tuned for row 7. Down below there's a log. It's ready to be dispatched. And there it goes. We have another set of logs that are in motion. They're advancing here in the station. I believe this will be our log, log number 30. We're in row number 7, near the rear of the log, if you will. All right, we're gonna sit down here. Okay, we gotta pull down our lap bar or lap restraint. You can hear it click or engage right now. I'm just double checking my pockets. In just a few moments, we will dispatch into Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We'll come back to the chat in a few moments once we disembark, though, from this world-class attraction. Here we go. We're live on YouTube right now.
Look at all these beautiful faces. Let's join loose up ahead and find some musicians for
out here and they are cooking.
They can play, no doubt. We'll ask them to join the band for sure.
Oh!
in ways you felt away.
Then gather up your belongings and exit to your left.
All right. Real fast. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free.
Fun to be free. All right.
You guys were live on YouTube. Do you have your phone with you?
I do. I just take a picture of the QR code.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Where are you from?
We're from Noonan. Where are you guys from?
I'm originally from Southern California. I used to work at Disneyland, but we do live every day, 2 o'clock from the Walt Disney World Resort here.
That's awesome. Well, I got it. So, will that video be up there?
It's live right now.
Well, enjoy your day.
You as well. Take care. Enjoy your stay. Let's get back to the chat. Potato Land says this ride is so cursed, it caused Fun to Be Free to go offline momentarily. Oh, I see where Potato Land's going with that. Potato Land prefers his Splash Mountains, if you will. Mary the Moose says, welcome in at Bobby Boca. Potato Land says, while in the salt mines, don't lick the walls, if you insist, Potato Land. Okay, well, we gotta find Frankenstein Mark 6, the photo of my camera rig. Where are we? We're looking here. Well, I think this is us. Oh, we found it. Here we go. You can see Frankie Boy, and you can even see Orange Bird. Orange Bird is my NPF battery there. We're gonna back up. All right. I'm digging around in my pockets. Hold on just a moment. I'm gonna remove Doc, the large battery that I call Doc, or this is heavy Doc. Came out of my cargo shorts pocket on the left-hand side. I'm putting it in my rear cargo shorts pocket. Hold on a second. And I'm zipping the zipper on my left cargo short pocket at the moment. Be right with you. So we're now entering Tiana's Bayou General Store, and we'll quickly exit up ahead. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. And I'll show everybody that's new to the channel what Frankenstein Mark 6 looks like. So I may have to pull back just a little bit. But you can see we have a DJI Pocket 3, an Action 4, the streamer phone, and then Orange Bird, the NPF battery on the battery plate. So that's what Frankenstein Mark 6 looks like. That's my camera rig. We're gonna head out the exit here, back into the area, back into Frontierland. Well, hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Where are you from?
South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina. I know somewhat of South Carolina. I know the Charlotte area very well. Do you have a phone? I'm originally from Southern California, Disneyland.
Oh.
I used to work at Disneyland. We do live every day here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Enjoy your stay, take care, have a great day.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the chat though. LMUZZ44 or LMUZ44, I think that's how you pronounce it. LMUZ44. welcome to the channel. I do believe Elmuz44 is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Well, hello there, Elmuz44. Nice to have you here. You've just joined the new Fun to Be Free chat family. But Elmuz44 says, how often do you go to Disney World? Oh, every single day, Elmuz44. We're live every day, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Welcome to the channel, Elmuz44. And MCM, oh, it's nice to have MCM back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. MCM says, good afternoon. I just picked up for the Grand Marshal announcement. You don't have to mention me when I wasn't there. I was out to help my aunt. Now I'm checking Magic in Disney Hollywood Studios. Talk to you later. Oh, MCM, but I thought about you. It's always nice to think about you and have you in the chat as well, right? MCM? MCM says, P.S. I have to stay out of Magic Kingdom every time you go to Tiana's Bayou Adventure after Flag Retreat. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Sonic says, La Bamba, La Scuda, LOL. Oh, I especially like that one, Sonic. That was really good. La Scuda, I gotta do it right. La Scuda, da 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 da. Elmuz44, but that was more tequila. Elmuz44 says, how often do you attend Disney World? Daily. Daily, Elmuz44. Oh, the chat's still jumping. Still rolling. Sonic says, row number 7, stepping into heaven. Laura Jam. Laura Jam. Welcome in, welcome back. Laura Jam says, it's a big blue world from Nemo ride. Oh, you like the Nemo, the Seas with Nemo and Friends, Laura Jam? I do too. Fastest Trader says that Bobby Bokeh played on the station. Auntie B says, hydrate, John. That's right, Auntie B. That's where I was headed next, actually. I was gonna go head over to Pecos Bill Tall Inn and Cafe to obtain another complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Hello there.
What's up, chat?
And Sandy Patty back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. The chat's still rolling, still jumping. Where are we in the chat? Theme Park Giant, welcome in, welcome back. Theme Park Giant says, love the music on Tiana's Bayou Adventure. I do agree, Theme Park Giant. Hey, real quick, anybody that's new to the channel or if you just joined us, shout out to Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant also does videos from the Walt Disney World Resort along with other roller coasters and also over at Universal's Epic Universe as well. But again, shout out to Theme Park Giant. I'll left a link in the description box below. Once John with Fun to Be Free's video is over, once this live stream concludes, head over to Theme Park Giant by clicking on the link in the description box below and give a like and subscribe to Theme Park Giant. Also, support your local live streamer. He also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. Shout out to Theme Park Giant. Randy said, welcome in, Elmuz44. Sonic says, hi at Elmuz44. Mary the Move says, me too at Theme Park Giant. Super catchy. Yeah, the music. Hey, while we're here in the area, let me get some shots of the rivers of America. And you can see the gorgeous Cinderella Castle off in the distance there as well. I'll pause here for just a moment. Randy says, Elmuz44, John is at Disney World Park every day starting at 2 o'clock Eastern. Randy says, hey, Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant says, hey, everyone. The chat's still rolling, still jumping. Where are we? Sonic says, right now it's outside, it's 80 degrees. Theme Park Giant says, move into a new place on Monday, so I've been packing the last couple days. Taking a little break to catch a little of John's stream. Oh, good luck with the packing, Theme Park Giant. It could be overwhelming, I think. Stevie says, Sonic, where are you in Canada? Sonic says, in Quebec. Stevie says, my daughter and family. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. The chat keeps rolling, keeps jumping on. There we go. Stevie says, my daughter and family live in Cowansville, east of Montreal. Just Josh back in the chat says, here we go. Shower time. If you insist, Just Josh. Yeah, because, you know, on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, you could get a little wet, if you will. Antonio Stewart says, hello there, Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant says, hi at Antonio Stewart. Theme Park Giant says, that was a great scream, LOL. Florida Mark says, great day to get wet. Yeah, it's 93 degrees out here in Florida, Mark. Antonio Stewart says, thanks, Theme Park Giant. Fastest Radio says, wet lens. Oh, is it? Here, okay. Thanks for the update. Let me double check this. Hold on. I'll be right with you. Hold on a second here. right, so we're standing in front of Pecos Bill Tall Tale Inn and Cafe. And Fastwest Radio, thanks for the update. Said wet lens. I put up a privacy screen and I wiped the lens off. So I think we're all good to go now. But thanks again, Fastwest Radio. We're gonna head into Pecos Bill right now for some water, or as Randy would say, agua señor. Agua señor. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic.
I appreciate it.
Theme Park Giant says, it's a hot one in Orlando today. Definitely a good choice to ride a water ride. Yeah, along with everybody else today at the Magic Kingdom, right, Theme Park Giant? Oh, hello there. Sorry to ask, sorry to bother you. May I get 1 cup for water, please? Just one.
You want ice on it?
Please, please, please. Sonic says, nice. I'm closer to Cowansville since I get the Montreal 88.5 CBC Radio 1 repeater at the 101.9 FM position at Stevie. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for making the magic. Take care. Have a great day. Stevie says, I'll be there June 11th. Yeah, I can't wait to meet Stevie. Sonic says, 1 day after my birthday, Stevie. Stevie says, well, happy birthday then, Sonic. Sonic says, thanks. On June 10th, I'll be 48. Chat's still rolling, still jumping. Hello there, nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. I enjoy it. Let's go back outside. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat. It's still rolling. Every time I unpause it, it rolls some more. Sonic says thanks. Stevie says still a babe, Sonic. I'm 71. Sonic says that kid wearing a Make-A-Wish shirt was carrying a Sonic hat on his head. Oh, Sonic, as always. Nothing gets past you, Sonic. You're very observant. Theme Park Joy says, oh my god, it's Frank. I'm so lucky to have met him. LOL. Oh, we're back in the mirror, I guess. Zeep180 says, feeling starstruck is normal after meeting Frank at TPG or Theme Park Giant. Sonic says, oh, okay, Stevie, 71 is still young. Stevie says, yes, it is, Sonic. Theme Park Giant says, at Zeep180, LOL. It's been over a week and I'm still not meeting Frank at Theme Park Giant. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Hi, John.
Oh, take care. Enjoy your stay. Fastest Radio back in the chat. Oh, here we go. I don't have many fingers to pop up the subscribe button. I'm doing my best. I'm still enjoying the complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. But here we go. Fastest Radio says, John's live on YouTube right now. He's armed with Disney facts, a QR code, and zero hesitation. One moment. Fastest Radio, I'm coughing and like still swallowing water at the same time. You know, let's start it over because I'm laughing already. Fastest Radio says John's live on YouTube right now. He's armed with Disney facts, a QR code, and zero hesitation. Join Fun to Be Free with John, like and subscribe before you become the next viewer. I love it, Fastest Radio. It's so good. Oh boy, we got to do that again. I'm enjoying that. Fastest Radio once again says John's live on YouTube right now. He's armed with Disney facts, a QR code, and zero hesitation. Join Fun to Be Free with John, like and subscribe before you become the next viewer. All right, so Sonic and Randy, of course, you guys were asking about the camel that spits. So here we go. That's the camel in question the other day that it spit on the camera you're viewing it live right now. So I'll swing around to the front. You can see the magic carpets of Aladdin, the marquee here, coming into view. And above it or behind it, if you will, there's the camel that spits. And you can see as I slowly turn the camera down in this direction, there's a wet spot in the paving, the concrete there. That is the target area. And so the other day when it was raining here at the Magic Kingdom, I kept looking down and go, okay, it's around here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, boom! They see? Then the camel spit on you. Spit on the actual camera, as you heard. All right, so we're in Adventureland right now. Let's at the very least go double check, say maybe the standby wait time for Pirates of the Caribbean.
Hold up, that llama spits water.
That has some air conditioning inside the interior queue, that is. We should go check that out, Doc. Stevie says, Theme Park Giant, do you think Frank feels the same about you? Florida Mark says Frankie is the newest Disney character. Florida Mark, look at you go. Nailed it, Florida Mark. We like I think Randy said, it's a meet and greet with Frank. Randy says, John, you're doing extremely well with the complimentary Fun to Be cups of water, senor. Well, thank you, Randy. Scoot Adventures back in the chat says, welcome to anyone who's just joining us and not in the chat. Welcome to a true Disney treasure, a legend, so to speak. Oh, and John too. Oh, Scooter Adventures. Scoot is alerting to that Frank is the living legend, of course. Frankenstein Mark 6, my camera rig. But again, Scoot Adventure says, welcome to anyone who's just joining us and not in the chat. Welcome to a true Disney treasure, a legend, so to speak. Oh, and John too. Scooter Adventure says, the rivers of America. It's the vibes, Johnny, the vibes. That's right, Scooter Adventures, I love it. Well done. Zeep180 says, this is right where I square danced with John and Frank during the hoedown. Oh yeah, so we're back there. So we're getting caught up with the chat, so that is good news. Mary the Move says, LOL, Scooter Adventures, all about the vibes. Way to go, John. Point the camera lens into the sun, why don't you? Boy, I'm looking for a good spot to, pull over. It's a cardigan. No, but thanks for asking. Yeah, Killer Boots, man. I'm trying to get out of the sun here, but I can't walk fast enough to get into the shade. We're now approaching the Pirates of the Caribbean. You can see the marquee overhead, though. It's partially obscured by the sun, if you will. But I'm thinking the standby wait time is not that bad right now. There's not too many people in the area here in Caribbean Plaza at the moment. So let's, push in. Let's take a closer look. See what we're dealing with here. Oh boy. So the Pirates of the Caribbean, wait time minutes, 5. Bam. Bingo bango. We got 5 minutes for standby. Hello, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic.
Absolutely.
I'm going to stand here awkwardly with you guys for just a moment because I'll finish my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water and then I'll dispose of it in the garbage receptacle as everybody's going, who is this crazy guy?
Take that through the line if you want.
Exactly. It's so short. Yeah. Where is everybody? Exactly.
It's me.
Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Mary the Move says, LOL, that's Good Adventures, all about the vibes. Got that. Florida Mark says, be sure to listen to radio station 98.6 for the hottest hits. Yeah, Florida Mark. Okay, Sonic's going to pop back in here soon, I think. All right, Florida Mark. Randy says, yep, Zeep, that's where your streamer career began. Yeah, Randy, look at you. Right in front of the Country Bear musical Jamboree. Zeep180 says, at Rando. Fastpass Radio says, well, I'm June 7th. Oh, we're declaring birthdays now in the chat. Sonic says, Fastpass, your birthday or going to Walt Disney World. Theme Park Giant says that, Stevie, I doubt it. The Frank is the star of the show. That's right. Oh, go ahead, please. Go ahead. We're going to let the guests traverse in front of us here. John with Fun to Be Free walks slow, especially in the dark. John with Fun to Be Free's eyes, they take a little bit of adjusting, if you will. Hello there.
Hello. I know.
All right, let's join the queue here. Yeah, Theme Park Giant. Ed Stevie, I doubt it. Frank is the star of the show. You nailed it, Theme Park Giant. My camera rig, Frankenstein Mark 6, is also the more handsome one. Randy says, is it the heat? But crowd levels look very low. Yeah, I don't think it's the heat at all, Randy. When I walked in today to the TTC, there was nobody at the TTC. 0 people. And then I got to the main gate at Magic Kingdom. Nobody at main gate. Nobody in Town Square. And nobody on Main Street USA. And I went, oh, this ain't looking good today for attendance. Hello there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, so I think the attendance is just very low. It's a good to go day today, Randy. And of course, everybody came out of the woodwork for, of course, the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade today, as always. The parade route had people, but where did they go to? I don't know. It seems like they've already left Magic Kingdom today. Maybe they'll return for Happily Ever After this evening. But yeah, the attendance is extremely low right now at the Magic Kingdom today. Well below average, Randy. That's for certain. the regular 2019 levels. Steve 180 says Epcot was dead today at Rando. Boy, oh boy, this is not looking good, right? We had a 30. 30 on what? We may be experiencing some cellular dropouts, some weak reception, if you will. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. You too.
13.
I think we're back online though. We experienced some weak reception there. Z180 on the edge of my seat says we had a 30 on what? Sonic says, oh, all right, Z180, minute wait for Guardians of the Galaxy posted at 55. Oh, really? It was only a half hour for Guardians? Wow, that Epcot must have been absolutely dead today then. Wow, that's interesting, Z. Reddy says, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh. I think we're back online. Randy says, yeah, it looks like the original normal levels. Theme Park Giant says, it's been 10 days since I've been to a park. I'm going tomorrow no matter what. I miss them. Yeah, Theme Park Giant was out of town apparently. So you're getting the shakes, Theme Park Giant? Gotta get back to the parks. Randy, holy moly. Yeah, exactly, Randy. Florida Mark says only 10 minutes when I checked, so they must have just dropped the wait time. And we're experiencing more weak reception here in the Pirates queue. I think we're back online though. Chris says, hey everybody and John, if anyone is interested in Go on May 16th, let me know in the comments by smashing the like button. Before the anniversary, let's hop to it, Explorers. Well, thank you, Chris. Z.A says, it's dead in these parks. Yeah. Not looking good, right? Fast Radio says, John's boarding Pirates of the Caribbean live. If he joins the crew, send snacks. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he starts talking like a pirate forever. You mean matey. Fast Radio again says, John's boarding Pirates of the Caribbean live. If he joins the crew, send snacks. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John before he starts talking like a pirate forever. Thank you, Fast Radio. I'm trying to catch up to the chats as fast as I can here. Randy says, wow, wait times are low everywhere. Even Tron is under 60. That's crazy. Fastest Radio says, that's Sonic. Birthday. Sonic says, okay, nice, fast. Randy says, that happens to us old folk. John, eyes need to adjust to the dark and light. It does. Sonic says, John, no, I'm not competing with Florida Mark today. LOL. Yeah. Okay, Sonic. Got an LOL. Randy says, I think they headed back to the resort center at the pool, possibly. Antonio Stewart says, have fun on the pirate ride. Thank you, Antonio Stewart. Sonic says, right now I brought the AC down to 62 degrees. This should really cool my loft down. Scoot Adventure says, make sure you like and subscribe. Every day, 7 days a week at 2 p.m. There we go again. I'll start it over. Scoot Adventure says, make sure you like and subscribe and tune in every day, 7 days a week at 2 p.m. to catch John with Fun Be Free from somewhere at Walt Disney World. Thank you, Scoot Adventures. Randy says, you never lost connection, but we got a bit of gray. Thank you for the update, Randy. We're getting gray right now, I think. Zeep180 says, they want the rum. Yeah, that's right, Zeep180. Zeep180 says, chat wants the rum.
Cameron, are you leaving?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Freddie, no.
Freddie, no. Bring it in.
So in just a few moments, we'll be grouped into our respective rows. It looks like we have more than one boat previously grouped in front of us right now. But Antonio Stewart back in chat says, you are welcome, Fun to Be Free. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Antonio Stewart. Enjoy Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, I forgot to say that. Prepare to make sail, because I love that spiel, the safety spiel. Prepare to make sail.
You said 5, right? How many?
One, please.
One, row 1.
Thank you for making the magic.
Have a good day.
You too.
4. Row 4.
I'm sorry, I missed the row.
Yeah, no, you're row 1.
Yeah. You want me on this boat with her? Or
Yeah,
the next
if you
boat?
want.
No, that's no problem.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat.
And here's our boat. That's my boat, as Forrest Gump would say. And prepare to make sail. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making magic. Hello, we're live on YouTube right now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Come on in. The more the merrier. We're live on YouTube right now. Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Oh, nice. Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Oh, India, international traveler. Welcome. We're live. I'll pipe down.
Remain seated, keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat. And watch the children, and no parachute kids.
Big time wet.
Speak up! Order the party swim with David Jones.
Don't tell him, Carlos. Don't be chicken.
What may I offer for these martinis? Everyone an egglet.
Not less than 11 golden eggs.
Quit your clucking. The gentlemen want the rum. Don't you, boys?
Hey, watch the run! Watch the
Now, you scurvy skunk. Do I hear tell?
the treasure map and the key as well. What I wouldn't give to see the look on Captain Jack Sparrow's face when he hears tell 'tis only me what's done the
Let's abandon ship. That's a good one.
The sea's been kind today, but who can tell what dangers lie on tomorrow? The fates have spoken and guided you well, till we meet again. On your way now, and tell the world you set sail with Blackbeard. The sea's been kind today, but who can tell what dangers lie on stranger tides?
Well, let's jump back in the chat. Fastest Radio back in the chat. It says Theme Park Giant is jonesing hard. It's been 10 days without a park and he's going tomorrow no matter what. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for your theme park fix. Nailed it again, Fastest Radio. Oh, here we go again. Fastest Radio says Theme Park Giant is jonesing hard. It's been 10 days without a park and he's going tomorrow no matter what. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for your theme park fix. Very well done, Fastest Radio. Sonic says, I don't want rum, I want Bailey's, LOL. Oh, you're a big drinker, eh, Sonic? Zeep180 says, TPG, our theme park giant, is having park withdrawals. Certainly is, Zeep180. And he says, 19 more likes to hit that 100 mark. We could do it, folks. We could do it. We could do it. Cinderella. Okay, Randy. So here we go. John, what fun to be free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do, of course, a countdown. We'll start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody in the chat, everybody viewing us live, to smash that like button unless you've done so already. So here we go in 3, 2, 1. Smash that like button. Do it now. Let's go. Randy says 19 more likes to hit 100 mark. We can do it, folks. We can do it. We could do it. We could do it. We could do it. Cinderella. Thank you, Randy. Theme Park Giant says at Fastest Radio, LOL. I've got the shakes. That's right. Just like John with Fun to Be Free gets the shakes when he doesn't get over to Epcot. Zeep180 says I can relate TPG, but it takes about 3 to 4 months for me before it kicks in. Really, Zeep180? It takes that long? Randy says, and that's why we're all here hold on, let me start it over. And that's why we're all here. This is the rehab. Ha ha ha, Randy, I guess so. I guess you're right. I never looked at it that way, Randy. I think you're right. Fastest Radio says, LOL at Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant says at Zeep180. Now that I live here, I'm usually there at least 2 to 3 times a week. Been traveling and now moving. Luckily, John takes me to the parks every day on here. Oh, even though Theme Park Giant literally, lives in the Orlando area, that's accessible by driving with his vehicle, he still has to join John with Fun to Be Free? That's so cool. Thanks, Theme Park Giant. Thank you for being here. On Fast Radio, back in the chat again. I'll pop up the subscribe banner because this is probably a doozy. Fastest Radio says, don't be chicken, John. It's just a little water from pirates. Real adventurers come out soggy. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more soaked stories and Disney laughs. Fastest Radio nailed it again. Oh boy. Fastest Radio, don't be chicken, John. It's just a little water from pirates. Real adventurers come out soggy. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more soaked stories and Disney laughs. Awesome, Fast Radio. I'm trying to locate where we're on the chat. Hold on. Oh, Chris says, yeah, everybody, don't be chicken. We want to enjoy the festivities. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Here with John for more Disney adventures. Awesome, Chris. Thank you. Again, Chris says, yeah, everybody, don't be chicken. We want to enjoy the festivities. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more Disney adventures. Chris also says, otherwise, we'll all be soaked. Yeah, I got a little wet on Pirates there. Hello there. Sonic says, yo ho, it's an animatronics life for me. LOL, nailed it, Sonic, look at you go. Zeep180 says, at TPG, it's going to take a lot of restraint for me not to move to the Orlando area in the next few years. Oh, really, Zeep180? I can only imagine Zeep lives where he lives simply because of his employment, is my guess. Zeep180 probably has a good job somewhere. Otherwise, Zeep180 and Disney Deb 71 probably would live in this area. Would be my guess. Possibly Southern California? Sonic says, yeah, I love Bailey's, but when I'm back in Montreal. And Jomigi Rock says, Jungle Cruise? Oh, we should, here, I was just, hold on. Jomigi Rock. John with Fun to Be Free was immersed into the live chat, and I just walked right by it. I didn't even realize where I was in the area until you said something. Good thing you said that. Let's go at the very least, check out the standby wait time for the world famous Jungle Cruise. So stay tuned for the wait time sign in just a moment. I'm looking now. I can't quite see it yet. It hasn't come into view. Oh, it's I want to say it's 35 minutes. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. I think we can pull that off. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Yeah, so it's posted standby entrance for the world famous Jungle Cruise tours, that is. Standby entrance, 35 minutes. So let's join the queue here at the Jungle Cruise. Z.80 says, John says, I guess you're right. This is the theme park addiction rehab. I guess so. I guess so. Theme park addiction rehab. Zeep180 says, epiphany moment? Oh, that you're moving to the Orlando area, Zeep180? Could that be a possibility in the future? Trying to find my place in the chat here. Hold on. Oh, I think Fast Pass Radio back in the chat again. How do you like them apples, Fast Pass Radio? Wow, look at you go. So here we go. Fast Pass Radio says, welcome to Walt Disney World Rehab with John. Step 1, admit you missed the magic. Step 2, like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. He's here to help us all, one ride at a time. Oh, I like where this is going. It's only a 2-step program though, huh, Fast Pass Radio? Hold on one moment, let me navigate around the stanchion. Yeah, we're live on YouTube right now. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from? Oh, you're local. So you have annual passes? Oh, Florida resident. Okay, I was going to ask, that was my next question. So it's moderately reasonable then. Yeah, exactly. You have your phone with you? I have my QR code here. Yeah, there you go. John with Fun to Be Free. We're live every day. This is my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6.
Oh, okay.
Here, we'll get back to the chat in a few moments here. But again, we'll have to get back with Fast Pass Radio, the last chat, because it's pretty good. Fast Pass Radio says, welcome to Walt Disney World Rehab with John. Step 1, admit you missed the magic. Step 2, like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. He's here to help us all, one ride at a time. Very well done, Fast Pass Radio. Zeep180 says, never SoCal. Sorry, John. Nope. You got it, Zeep180. So, Zeep, possibly interested in the Central Florida area. Theme Park Giant says, gotta get back to packing. Have a great stream, John in chat. Thanks for giving me my fix today. Ha ha. Oh, you got it, Theme Park Giant. Thanks for being here. C.80 says, see ya at Theme Park Giant. Mary to Move says, see ya at Theme Park Giant. Sonic says, rumble, fumble, zumble, jingle, jangle, jungle cruise. C.80 says, I want John and Frank to be the skippers on my next 2 weeks jungle cruise. Oh, yeah, that'd be interesting. Old Frankie boy could pilot the actual ship. The Irwadi Irma, if you will. Antonio Stewart says, see everybody later. Oh, well, thank you for joining us, Antonio Stewart. Zeep180 says, bye, Antonio. Stevie says, Dr. John. Or is it Dr. Zayas, Stevie? Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, do-do-do-do. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, do-do-do-do. Lakaya Stewart back in the chat says, I'll see everyone later. Thank you for joining us, Lakaya Stewart. Thank you for subscribing. We'll see you tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. Randy says, later TPG, or later Theme Park Giant. Hold on one moment. John with Fun to Be Free is digging around in his pockets. I'm attempting to pull out some chapstick and apply it to my luscious lips. Hold on just one moment. There we go. I'd say it does a body good, but that's milk. Zeep180 says, John, you could write your own custom script for your own cruise. I know you could. Yeah, move it up, Skip. Right, Zeep180? Zeep180, John with Fun to Be Free never actually worked on the Jungle Cruise at the Disneyland Resort. But I'm moderately familiar with the script, if you will. Chris says, Disney World instructions. Step 1, have a complimentary cup of water. Step 2, like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. He's live at 2 p.m. from Disney World. Oh, thank you, Chris. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. So again, Chris is saying Disney World instructions. Step 1, have a complimentary cup of water. Step 2, like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. He's live at 2 p.m. from Disney World. Thank you, Chris. And he says, John, I'm hearing a rumor about one of the epic parks. The rumor is that it's located near a sewage facility and the air is going downstream from what they say. Randy, that is not a rumor. Here's what I've been saying for years to my family and friends, Randy. This is true. I kept repeating over and over again, what you're suggesting is real. and the pungent stench in the air around that area is absolutely awful, Randy. And when you're downstream like you're suggesting, oh, look out. Yeah, and I kept asking all family and friends, I'm like, how are they going to deal with that? Because there's literally a water treatment facility that's literally adjacent to Epic Universe. So I'm not sure how they're addressing that. It's bad, Randy. I'm not over embellishing that. It is bad. It's so bad that when you drive in the area, you could smell it in your car. It's that bad. So I don't know how Epic's going to deal with it or how Universal's going to deal with it. Hello? They see whatever's on this camera right here. Yeah.
You came to Disney for your channel?
Yeah. Yeah. Sonic says, LOL, and DJ Sonic does have that song. It's labeled as The Simpsons, Dr. Zaius, in the music directory. Really? Sonic, you picked up on that, huh? Again, Sonic saying, LOL, and DJ Sonic does have that song. It's labeled as The Simpsons, Dr. Zaius, in the music directory. Do-do-do-do. Super Boomtown, welcome in, welcome back, says, hi everyone, I'm late to the party tonight. Hope everyone is doing well. We're awesome here, Super Boomtown. You know, it's 93 degrees in Central Florida, but I'm sure you're aware of that. But it is a fun day here at the Magic Kingdom. The attendance is a little on the lighter side, Super Boomtown. Sonic says, yeah, Randy, I actually saw a video on that issue on YouTube. Oh, really, Sonic? Randy says, that's for confirming I read many complaints. Yeah, it's bad, Randy. Seriously, it's bad. No joking around on that one. It's bad. It's awful. Super Boomtown says, wow, a wastewater treatment plant is next to that Universal Park? That is crazy. No, thank you. Yeah, you're right, Super Boomtown. It literally is adjacent to it. It's bad. Now, of course, that Dr. Zaius song is in my head, Sonic, because you like cemented it in my head. Do-do-do-do. And if you just joined us, where have you been? We've been at the Magic Kingdom since 2 p.m. today. But we're here at the most magical place on earth. Currently, we're in Adventureland, located inside the Jungle Cruise queue. It's the world famous Jungle Cruise, of course. In just a few moments, we're going to experience maybe a 3-month trip down the Nile, if you will. Let's get back to the chat, though. Oh, Fast Radio back in the chat. Fast Radio, I think, actually has a question. Hold on, let me go back. The chat's still jumping and rolling. Fast Radio said, heard the Dark Universe area is really immersive, sewage smells and all. Guess they're adding a new character, Yuri Nader, haunting the pipes. Who needs fog machines with that 4D experience? Oh, Fast Radio. So I guess that is a legitimate question. Okay, Fast Radio. I enjoyed that. I gotta do it over again because I kind of stepped all over that one. Let's try it again. I actually have a cough drop in my mouth. Fast Radio says, heard the Dark Universe area is really immersive, sewage smells and all. Guess they're adding a new character, Yuri Nader, haunting the pipes. Who needs fog machines with that 4D experience? Yeah, I guess so, Fast Radio. Not bad, Fast Radio. I'm laughing. That's pretty good. Oh, that's really good. Sonic says, Zaius, chanting. Do-do-do-do. And he says, John and Frank have officially boarded the Jungle Cruise, and yes, they're in denial about how soaked they're about to get wet. Will they survive the backside of water and the world's most dangerous jungle puns? Only time and maybe a skipper will tell. For those who haven't yet, hit that subscribe, smash the like a hippo pole, charge in the boat, and ring the bell. Randy, so you never miss a moment of this wild ride. John's live every day at 2, where the jokes are corny and the magic is dangerously pun-terful. Randy. Well done, excuse me. We're gonna have to do that again. Very well done. Knock that out of the park. Randy says, John and Frank have officially boarded the Jungle Cruise. And yes, they're in denial. How about soaked? They're about to get wet. Will they survive the backside of water and the world's most dangerous jungle puns? Only time and maybe a skipper will tell. For those who haven't yet, hit that subscribe, smash the like a hippo charging the boat, and ring the bell so you never miss a moment of this wild ride. John's alive every day at 2 p.m. where the jokes are corny and the magic is dangerously ponderful. Well done, Randy. And of course, as always, it's so long, there's a chat between it because everybody in the chat's frantically typing. Super Boomtown says, John, I really appreciate when you chat with the cast members and thank them for making the magic. It means a lot. Well, thank you, Super Boomtown. It means a lot to myself as well. Thank you for noticing, Super Boomtown. But of course, Super Boomtown is an expert. Super Boomtown worked here at the Walt Disney World Resort for decades over at Disney's Hollywood Studios / Disney's MGM Studios. So thank you for making the magic, Super Boomtown. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now.
What's your channel?
Oh, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone with you by any chance? That's my QR code. You could scan it. It goes right over to my channel. Where are you from?
Awesome.
Oh, welcome. Is this your first time here?
It is.
Oh, are you enjoying?
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, it's a blast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Enjoy. Hold on a moment. I'm putting the bat phone back in my cargo shorts pocket and zipping it up. Mama Duck, welcome in, welcome back. Mama Duck must be busy, but Mama Duck hasn't been in the chat for a while. Mama Duck says, oh boy, guys, we are almost ready for our 3-hour tour. So yeah, like Gilligan's Island, Mama Duck? Glad you're back, Mama Duck. Festus Radio says, can I play the piano anymore? Of course you can. Well, I couldn't before. Sonic says, urinator? That is very easy. Just lose the first Y and his first handle name. Randy says, that made up for the commissioner mishap. Randy, they were equally as good. They were both good, Randy. Very well done. Thank you, Randy. Super Boomtown says, thanks for the shout out, John. You're welcome, Super Boomtown. I like it when you're here, Super Boomtown. This chat is so awesome, isn't it? It's so much fun. I have a blast every day we're live. I look forward to it so much for everybody viewing us live and everybody in the chat. It's just so much fun. It's so neat that we're able to come together and have such a fun time here. But like I said before, John with Fun to Be Free actually has a cough drop in his mouth, so you probably hear, a little different clicking around, if you will. Chris is back in the chat. Chris says, will John from Fun to Be Free be able to survive in the jungle? Like and subscribe to find out, or else the animals will find him. Well done, Chris. Let me pop up the subscribe banner, and we'll start that one over. Here we go. Chris says, or Christopher Chavez, will John from Fun to Be Free be able to survive in the jungle? Like and subscribe to find out, or else the animals will find him. And he even has emoji icons of a gorilla, a giraffe, a lion, and a monkey. Thank you, Chris. We're here at the world famous Jungle Cruise in the queue, and in just a few more moments we'll be loading in our boat. Maybe we'll get to see Gilligan and the skipper as well. Wouldn't that be something? Sonic says, Super Boomtown, you're super boom boom, like very loud, extremely loud firework. the queue is advancing rather quickly right now. Fast Fest Radio says, okay, little buddy. Oh, yeah, exactly, Fast Fest Radio. Hey, Fast Fest Radio, remember when we were growing up? It was literally the same episode of Gilligan's Island playing over and over again. Captain Mickey Mouse back in the chat. Captain Mickey Mouse says, I was saying this morning there was roaming characters at Magic Kingdom. Got it, Captain Mickey Mouse. So where can we find the roaming characters now, Captain Mickey Mouse? Any idea? Or are they done for the day somewhere around 5 p.m. Eastern? I like it when you're in the chat, Captain Mickey Mouse. Thanks for dropping back in. Stevie says, I'd rather meet and charm the house. Okay, Stevie. I got it. Sonic says Q or Q. So that's spelled C-U-E or Q-U-E-U-E. Or as Randy said yesterday, everything after the letter Q is silent. Super Boomtown says, thanks, Sonic. Fast Fest Radio says, what's a rerun? Nailed it, Fast Fest Radio. With, of course, Back to the Future. Sonic says, welcome out, Super Boomtown. Captain Mickey Mouse back in the chat says, I think they're done for today, but they're all on the edge of my seat, Captain Mickey Mouse. Stevie says, or cool, C-U-L, question mark. Super Boomtown says, I hope cocktails will be served on our sunset cruise. Yeah, Super Boomtown. I think there's a 0% chance of that happening on our sunset cruise here on, the world famous Jungle Cruise. Unless we head over to, the Skipper Canteen, if you will. Captain Mickey Mouse says they are done, but it was on Main Street USA by the shops. Got it, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'll have to keep an eye out for that next time we're here at Magic Kingdom. Thanks for the update. Sonic says, I am queuing up a song, but then again, we're on a queue for the Mega Mega Rumble in the Jungle Cruise. I'm actually shuffling items in my pockets. Hold on a second. Be right with you. Okay, I took DOC, the big battery, out of my right rear pocket, and I'm placing it in my left cargo short pocket. And I'm zipping the zipper up. Hold on. Almost there. I think I got it. I think we're good now. You have my undivided attention, just like Homer says. Super Boomtown says, I'll take a Shirley Temple with a Jane Withers chaser. Super Boomtown. Super Boomtown, I'm sure it wasn't on the clock, but when you were off the clock over at MGM, did you ever head over to the Tune-In Lounge by any chance? Captain Mickey Mouse says, what do you think of the Little Mermaid musical adventure trailer I sent you? Did you remember to get Hollywood Studios for May 24th? Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue. I didn't actually reserve it yet, Captain Mickey Mouse. I don't think it's going to be sold out. Not at all. For example, Captain Mickey Mouse, yesterday at Epcot, briefly it sold out. You may have saw that. So Disney Park Pass reservations sold out, but Disney refreshed. So I'm not concerned. I think they'll still be available for May 24th. It seems like you could pretty much secure any reservation you want day of nowadays. Seems like, with some exceptions, if you will. But yeah, I saw it, Captain Mickey Mouse. Thank you for sending it over. Yeah, I can't wait. We'll experience it, Captain Mickey Mouse. I'm sure you're very excited for, of course, the Little Mermaid musical adventure. Sonic says, Mega, Sega, Sonic Jungle Cruise. Yeah, I needed to insert Sonic in there. LOL. Yeah, I know Sonic. Mary the Move says, this is wild. Only 9 more likes to 100. Smash that like button before John and Frank are lost in the jungle. Oh, Mary the Move. Okay. So since Mary on the Move is suggesting we only need 9 more likes to get to our goal of 100 likes, let's do this. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers far and wide. If you're viewing us live, if you're in the live chat, I need everybody to smash the like button once we get to the number 1. We're going to start with the number 3, and once we get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button unless you've already done so. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash that like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because Mary the Move says this is wild. Only 9 more likes to 100. Smash that like button before John and Frank are lost in the jungle. Dun dun dun. Super Boomtown said yes, the Tune-In Lounge and the secret bar above the Brown Derby. That was called the Catwalk. Yeah, so Super Boomtown. I'm just trying to think. The Catwalk was closed before you started your Disney career, right, Super Boomtown?
I don't know what it is trying to get at, bro. Don't get
Captain Mickey Mouse says you don't know that though it's 2 shows opening. Yeah, I do, Captain Mickey Mouse. It's of course the Villains and the Mermaid show. So Sunset Showcase and of course the Little Mermaid over in Animation Courtyard. Yep. So we'll do that, Captain Mickey Mouse. Don't worry, we'll get there for you. Randy says, is wild like the wild and crazy ride we are embarking on with John and Frank? Yeah, just 2 wild and crazy guys, right, Randy? Again, Randy saying, is wild like the wild and crazy ride we're embarking on with John and Frank? Nailed it, Randy. Marcos, I do believe is a new subscriber. Hello there, Marcos. Here, go ahead. Marcos, I'm John with, go ahead. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Marcos says, such a shame we are so far behind. We would love to have ridden with you. Marcos, John with Fun to Be Free is waiting for you, Marcos. I'm up near the load area, near the station, Marcos. Randy says, welcome in, Marcos. Captain Mickey Mouse says, I was reading they have added the Lightning Lane and the next showtime sign at All Ears Net for Hollywood Studios for the Little Mermaid musical venture. Okay, so Captain Mickey Mouse, next time we're over there, we'll go check that out for you. Marco says, thank you, Randy. Super Boomtown says, not sure. I started with probably MGM in August of 1989. Oh, okay. So it was open then, right? Super Boomtown? The Catwalk? It was open when you started there. Do you remember? Do you have any recollection or memories of it? By any chance, Super Boomtown? Sonic says the cruise will have such a good refreshing breeze for you, John. And notice I didn't say refreshing normally. Yeah, you spell it differently. R-E-P-H-R-E-S-H-I-N-G. Debbie, welcome in, welcome back. Debbie says, hello, John and family. Good to see you're getting on Jungle Cruise. Long wait. Well, it's posted only at 35 minutes. And we have I believe, a new subscriber, Marcos, that's in the queue. Marcos may want to ride with Frankenstein Mark 6, my camera rig. So posted at 35 minutes, Debbie. Not bad at all. So John with Fun to Be Free is waiting for Marcos. I don't know where Marcos is. Is Marcos in the queue now, nearby? I bet Marcos is there. Is Marcos there? Marcos? Yeah, I think I found Marcos. We got Marcos in the house, as Mama Duck would say. Marcos in the house. John with Fun to Be Free in his camera rig he calls Frankenstein Mark 6 is waiting for Marcos. Randy says, oh, the boss is back. Heading back to my seat and crossing my hands. I have been a good boy today. Wink, wink. Oh, is your dunce hat on, Randy? I'm just teasing Debbie. Super Boomtown said it was a quiet lounge. Hold on, the chat's rolling. It's really jumping now. Super Boomtown says it was a quiet lounge, and I remember that I had a TV up there so dads could check the sports scores. This was long before the magic of smartphones. I used to like to get an Anchor Stream beer up there. Very cool, Super Boomtown. Yeah, Super Boomtown. John will Fun to Be Free actually never experienced that lounge. So that's one place I've never been before. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that story. I gotta read it again. Super Boomtown says it was a quiet lounge, and I remember that I had a TV up there so dads could check the sports scores. This was long before the magic of smartphones. I used to like to get an Anchor Steam beer up there. Again, awesome. Thank you, Super Boomtown, for sharing. Yeah, you could find essentially nothing online in regards to that lounge. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, you noticed the theater for a Little Mermaid musical visual looks like it was fully redone, so it looks so good. Yeah, it does on the interior. Yeah, it does, Captain Mickey Mouse. You're right. Sonic says, prank, P-H-R-A-N-K, question mark. How is prank currently, John? Frankie boy is good, Sonic. We're doing good. So far, so good. We're having an issue charging at the moment. And we're charging again. You can probably hear the clicking going on. Orange Bird's on the battery plate right now. Fast Radio back in the chat. Fast Radio says, I'm too magical for this park walk. Too magical for this park walk. On the catwalk. Oh, join Fun to Be Free with John. Like and subscribe for Disney swagger and laughs. I'm too sexy for it. Yeah, well done, Fast Radio. I'm too magical for this park walk. Too magical for this park walk. On the catwalk. Join Fun to Be Free with John. Like and subscribe for Disney swagger and laughs. Nailed it, Fast Radio. Very well done. Super Boomtown. Super Boomtown says, hey, Marcos. We have Marcos. Randy says, how are the levels looking? Randy, I need to, here, let me do this. I need to take Orange Bird off the battery plate. Hold on a second here. I need to put it in my pocket, and I need to find Doc in my pocket. Hold on. I'm taking out the big guns, Randy. Hold on a second. Taking around in my cargo shorts pocket skin. So we got the big guns. We got Doc, large and in charge. Doc is going on the battery plate because the battery levels are not looking good on the main camera, Randy. Hold on. Getting all set up here. Oh, Marcos?
What's up?
Hey, John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. Where are you from?
It's nice to meet you. We're from here.
You're locals, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have annual passes? Are you in the Marcos family and friends package? I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you.
David.
Nice to meet you as well. So you got your wish, Marcos.
Yeah.
So we're going to ride together.
That's good.
So are you guys experts here?
This is my first time on this ride.
Oh, it is? Okay, so we have a new friend, a new chat family member, Marcos, and family and friends as well. They're going to experience the world famous Jungle Cruise with John with Fun to Be Free and my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6.
Oh, snap.
Is this not massive or what?
It's huge.
Look at on the left-hand side. You see how the chat's rolling?
Yeah.
We could probably interact with everybody in the live chat right now. Let's see what they're saying. Randy says, Marcos-Polo. Sonic says, I like these play on words, LOL. Super Boomtown says, the catwalk had great AC, was dark and low key. You kinda had to know about it. I never saw more than a dozen guests up there when I was up there. Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. So we're gonna flip the camera, hold on a second. Hello, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. I have my QR code.
Free?
Yeah, Fun to Be Free.
Fun to Be Free, I like it.
We just made some new friends, Marcos.
Nice. I appreciate it, bud. We're going to check it out.
Thank you so much, brother. Where are you from?
Jacksonville.
Oh, you're local too. So you come all the time?
No,
oh,
not very often.
Okay. Southern California. I used to work at Disneyland. Yeah. Okay, we got a little separated from Marcos. But in the meantime, we'll check in with the chat. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, I know it's the first time Disney has revealed the theater since D23, but you sure Disney won't copyright you for the music? I'm just making sure because they're songs from the movie. Yeah, it'll probably be copyright music, Captain Mickey Mouse. Hello, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Hello there, we're live on YouTube. May I catch up with my new friend Marcos? We got separated.
No worries at all, my
Thank you. Fastest Radio says, at Randy, do you job? LOL? Randy's probably at work right now is my guess. Super Boomtown says, I also like the Territory Lounge and the beautiful Wilderness Lodge. I was on the opening team at the hotel when it opened in 1994. Great experience. Yeah, isn't that cool? Thank you for sharing that story, Super Boomtown. The Wilderness Lodge is so beautiful and gorgeous, isn't it, Super Boomtown? That is so cool. You were on the opening team in 94. That is awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. Sonic says, hi, Marcos and crew. Oh, we got Sonic in the chat saying, hi, Marcos and crew. So we caught back up again.
Hey, Sonic.
You just made some new friends. You're going to love everybody in the chat, by the way. Have you? Yeah, you've already jumped in, so you probably made some new friends. Hello, though. Nice to see you. But we're live on YouTube right now. Sorry.
What channel?
John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone with you by any chance?
How many minutes full party?
I'm with them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right down this way for us. You got it?
I got it. We're going to go. Oh, hello. Thank you.
It's because I'm legally no longer allowed to close the trap door. Just kidding. About the legal part. Just watch her out in Savvy, so now that we have finished going on our last couple of guests, I do have just a couple of quick rules. First, there is no eating, drinking, or smoking on this ride. Second,
how often do you come to this park?
Every day. Well, this park not exactly, but Walt Disney World Resort. Every day, 2 o'clock. You look like a professional, sir. Because you had touring plans on there and everything. You look like you know what you're doing. That's me right now. We're live.
And parents, surprise those children. Now everyone pick up your favorite hand and wave goodbye to all the beautiful people up on that dock. Goodbye, beautiful people now. Don't be rude, you guys. Goodbye to all the ugly ones as well. Bye, skippers. Bye. You're pretty on the inside. Said no. Well, folks, I want to officially welcome you all aboard the world's famous Jungle Cruise. My name is Lucas, and over the next 3 months, I will be your skipper, your guide, your hippo wrestler, your dance instructor, your lion tamer, your snake charmer. And if you don't laugh at a single one of my jokes, your swimming instructor. We begin our adventure right here on the Amazon River, where if you look over here to the left, you're going to see Inspiration Falls. Now, the reason we call it that is because the longer you stare into that rushing, gushing water, the more inspired you are to go deeper and deeper into the jungle. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, everyone say, ooh. Ooh. Everyone say, ah. Everyone say, wow, Skipper Lucas, you're the best.
Wow, Skipper Lucas, you're the best.
Thank you. We are not turning onto the Congo River. We're behind the sea. We have our boats and baits and bike shop in the home. That's really weird. You guys know there's supposed to be a skipper up there turning in the shop, but I can't see anyone up there right now. Can you?
No.
Yeah, something must have scared them off. I wonder what it could have been. Oh! Well, that's what it was, you guys. You lost our python. You know, I know this python and not a boa. Boas have feathers, and they're much more fabulous. Oh my gosh, you guys! Yeah, those are my roommates, so sorry. Yeah, as you can tell, they're having a blast without me. The place is just a complete and utter mess. Oh my gosh, you guys! Listen to my cheese! They painted it blue. How dare they? Yeah, never get rid of roommates, you guys. It's absolutely awful. We are now turning on to the Nile, where we just have to be the longest river in all Africa. So it really does go on for Nile. It's Nile. And Nile. And Nile. And if you don't believe me, you must be in the Nile. It's over here in Africa. You guys know elephants actually have the best memory out of any animal in the entire jungle. You know, I really wish I had a memory like that. It would really help out with my job. Oh, that right there, yeah, it's an African bull elephant. Did you guys know that elephants actually have the best memory of any animal in the entire jungle? You know, I really wish I had a memory like that. It would really help out with my job. Now we are entering African South, where there's a very large array of really weird gray horses, some long-necked horses, some skinny horses, some horses, and you guys, would you look at that adorable sight right there? It's a family of growling horses protecting that sleeping stripe for young folks. That's how they sleep on their sides, with their eyes wide open. Yeah, you must be dead.
Dead tired?
Tired.
Yeah.
On that beach, I know it's crazy, right? Now I do have a friend over there in the spot. Her name is Ina. Everyone say hi, Ina.
Hi, Ina.
Now everyone say bye, Ina.
Bye, Ina.
Yeah, we'll never see those fools again. Let me look over here to the left. You're gonna see
nothing. And Ginger Snaps on this side.
Yeah, we're two crocodiles, Smiley and Ginger. Now Ginger, you gotta watch out for me because Ginger snaps. She truly is one. Of the race in the entire shop hall. Oh, behind the inch laser ball. Only top layer is one that gets up in there's about 200 different kinds of jungle bacteria like it to you. Now people ask me all the time to give did you land this job? Well, it is pretty plain to see that big crash course after winging it. Never expected. Oh, no, you guys live here entering hungry in those territories. Did anyone here happen to bring any marbles with them today? No? Well, I lost my marbles a really long time ago, so I'm not going to see these guys. How unfortunate. Now when people get hungry, they just don't worry about time and scare them off. Just you guys hear off each and every single one of my answers. I love you! Works every single time. Why does it work every single time? Anyways, people tell me all the time that my job is so easy that a monkey can do it. Can you imagine that? A monkey with a microphone telling jokes. Isn't that just the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard in your entire... Oh, that's actually really embarrassing. If you thought those were monkeys, they're chimpanzees. You guys are completely different things. You know, I could explain all the differences to you, but it truly is just one long tail. And now we are finally coming upon the moment you have all been waiting for. The reason you got on this jungle cruise today. It is the amazing, the spectacular, the jaw-dropping, life-changing, the guys know elephants actually have the best memory of any animal in the entire jungle. No, I really wish I had a memory like that. It would really help out with my job. Now even elephants right there, and behind them rocks are going to try to spray our notes. But don't worry, folks, down will never come up a second time. Oh, everyone duck, 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 duck. I'm so sorry. I thought I saw a duck up ahead. No, he's gonna spray. Everyone duck, 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 duck. Goose. That was a little bit of dry humor for you all. You know, some people think it's water coming out of their noses, but it's not.
No.
So if you're finally coming upon the scariest part of our jungle adventure today, and that is the return to civilization. Ew. But don't worry, folks, there's still one more thing that I can show you, and that is the official jungle cruise. Oh my gosh, you guys, speaking up with the front, right there, did you guys know elephants actually have the best memory of the entire jungle? Well, I really wish I had a memory like that. It could really help out with my job. Now, as we get ready to put that gun to the dock, please remain seated, keeping your hands on the seat and legs in the boat, and parents, surprise children. Now, you guys, we have done so much together today. We're actually making 2 stops today. Over the first one is we'll be putting a rope to the back of the boat. The second one is to stand up. Please do not stand up until we are fully stopped with that second stop. Okay, now my friend, Skipper Megan here is going to be roping off this boat. Skipper Megan, how long have you been roping boats?
802 years.
That's a lot of time. So you must get... Oh, okay. Well, I think she has a lot of experience, so let's see. Can Skipper Megan rope off this boat? I think she can. Oh, look at that, you guys. She did not remain seated. Rope secure, you know. I wish I was secure.
Oh.
Now you guys come in the jungle very quickly and sadly coming to an end. But I have 2 final words for you guys.
Get out.
I've actually wanted to tell you to make sure to keep on my boat. These 2 final words are get out.
Yay.
Standing ovation. I really do love it. Standing ovation. Watch your head. Watch your step. Handrail. Watch your head. Step. Those handrails. Please come on the same way you give it. Okay, don't cross.
Okay.
Don't cross.
All right, we'll come back to the chat in just a few moments. Nice to meet you. Take care.
Nice meeting you.
Enjoy the rest of your stay here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
All right, so that was fun riding with Marcos and crew. Let's get back to the chat. Randy says, what Fast Pass? Hold on, where are we? As I just said that, the chat went to light speed to Endor. Where are we in the chat? I'm going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, I think I found it. Chris says, I agree with Fast Pass Radio, John. Oh, I know where you're going with this, Chris. Hold on, let me pop up the subscribe banner. We got it rolling here. So Chris is saying, I agree with Fast Pass Radio, John. Please like and subscribe to Fun Be Free for some shopping, having ice cream, and enjoying some fun attractions. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you for that. Super Boomtown says the Territory Lounge is off the lobby at the Wilderness Lodge. Sorry for any confusion. Oh, I see what you're saying. Super Boomtown says Disneyland rocks. Yeah, it does, Super Boomtown. It's so charming, isn't it? Super Boomtown. Sonic says, fun to be free. Fast forward. So, fast forward. LOL. Nailed it, Sonic. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, you could always mute the copyrighted parts out because that's what Resort TV 1 does. Thanks for the pro tip, Captain Mickey Mouse. Fast Pass Radio back in the chat says, I worked at Disneyland. I know all the secrets. And just like that, bam, here's a QR code for you to scan. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more Disney magic and surprises. Fast Pass Radio, look at that. That's good. Again, Fast Pass Radio says, I worked at Disneyland. I know all the secrets. And just like that, bam, here's a QR code for you to scan. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for more Disney magic and surprises. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio. Captain Mickey Mouse says, is that Marcos Pizza? No, just Marcos. Sonic. Chris says, hey, Fast Pass Radio, I'm having fun with this like and subscribe thing. We could be partners. Sonic says, Marcos, Sonic, exactly as you think. Yes, I am Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Mary the Moon says, LOL, Fast Pass. Yeah, look at that. Hello, we're live on YouTube right now.
Awesome.
Are you a cast member? Mm-hmm. Oh, how'd I guess?
I don't know, how did you guess?
I'm just wild. wild guess.
I'm a lifeguard at Typhoon Lagoon.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for making the magic.
Of course,
Yeah.
thanks for being here.
And real quick, I see you have your citrus swirl.
I lava you float.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I lava you.
I lava you float.
Okay. That's so nice. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. Do you have your phone by any chance?
I do.
I have my QR code. We're live on YouTube right now, like I said.
All right. I will go subscribe.
If you're in the parks, you'll see me all the time. I'm here daily.
So are we.
Yeah, you'll see me again.
Will you have a great day?
You as well.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, let's get back to the chat, though. Chris says, so Fast Pass Radio and myself wants all of you in... Hold on. I'm still zipping the zipper on my cargo shorts. Give me a second here. Chris says, so Fast Pass Radio and myself wants all of you in the chat like and subscribe for more magical adventures at the Walt Disney World Resort. Oh, Chris, let me pop up the subscribe banner again. Here we go. We got to do it again, the proper way. So Fast Pass Radio and myself wants all of you in the chat like and subscribe for more magical adventures at the Walt Disney World Resort. Well, thank you, Chris. And Fast Pass Radio, here we go again. Fast Pass Radio says, at Mary on the Move, he's like Steve Irwin. Look, a rare non-subscriber in the wild. Then bam, they get hit with the QR code to subscribe and boom, they're a YouTube subscriber. Fast Pass Radio, I like that. That's good. Oh boy, Fast Pass Radio says, at Mary on the Move, he's like Steve Irwin. Look, a rare non-subscriber in the wild. Then bam, they get hit with the QR code to subscribe and boom, they're on YouTube. They're a YouTube subscriber. Fastest Radio, I'm laughing. This is good. This is too much fun. This is too much fun. Randy says just 7 more. We can do it, folks. Gently tap that like button so we can reach that 100 marker. Randy, you are right. Hello, we're live on YouTube right now. Nice to see you. Where are you from? Oh, welcome. Welcome. Randy says just 7 more. We could do it, folks. Gently tap that like button so we can reach that 100 marker. Yeah, Randy, you are right. So our goal for today is 100 likes. We're almost there. So John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown. We'll start with number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, we need everybody to smash that like button. Do it now. Let's go. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Smash the like button. Because Randy says just 7 more. We could do it. Randy says, who Fast Pass the other guest? Mary the Move says, true that, Fast Pass. Fast Pass Radio says, at Mary the Move, he does an awesome job. Well, thank you, Fast Pass Radio. Randy says, hands down, Fast Pass. John is awesome. And I know he's going to say it's all Frankie, but it's 51% John and 49% Frankie. If you insist, Randy. Again, Randy's saying, hands down, Fast Pass. John is awesome. And I know he's going to say it's all Frankie, but it's 51% John and 49% Frankie. We'll go with that, Randy. We'll go with that. Randy says, Agua, senor, you need another Fun to Be Free complimentary cup of water. Okay, Randy. If you insist, we could head over to Casey's Corner. Disney Deb 71. Oh, Disney Deb 71 back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Says, hi, chat, John and Frank. Disney Deb 71. We may have the opportunity to hang out with Zeep 180 and Disney Deb 71 from the Magic Kingdom tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. But again, Disney Deb 71 says, hi, chat, John and Frank. Randy says, hey, Disney Deb. Okay, we're now in the hub. We're headed to Main Street, USA. Randy says, John with Fun to Be Free needs a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. Quick update on the battery levels. Let me look. Hold on one moment. So 20%, Randy, on the streamer phone. We have a yellow flame, but I think the signal's still going out well. We have dock connected to the battery plate. We have plenty of juice, but the main camera, the Pocket 3, it shows 28%, but the moment I remove the battery, it goes down under 10%. So I don't know exactly what the level is on the main camera right now. It's in the flaky red zone, but we're still getting the picture out. So I'll continue broadcasting live as long as we have, the main camera online. But it's been borderline overheating today because we had the audio disconnect earlier, as you recall. But anyways, let's get back to the chat. Randy says, yeah, that's definitely a low crowd. The Spring World cart is still open. Yeah, it's low crowd. You're right, Randy. I'm headed towards Casey's Corner here. There's a low crowd in the area, that's for certain. So low that they have the large doors closed and only the small door by the address marker 217 is open. Hello there, nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. Where is everybody? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not here today. Okay, so we're here at Casey's Corner. We're here for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. We're here in mobile order 7, if you will. One moment, I'll come back to the chat in a few seconds here. Oh, hello there. We're live on YouTube. I'm just looking for 1 cup for water. I'm sure you're very busy and get that request off. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Bye-bye. We have success. We secured our complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. So here we go. We're near the hub, near Cinderella Castle. Let's head towards the Walt and Mickey partner statue right now.
Then where should we camp in the meantime?
Where are we in the chat? Hold on. Disney Deb 71 says absolutely heading to Magic Kingdom tomorrow. All right, Disney Deb. Randy says how are the levels looking? Okay, so I said that probably. We were, crisscrossing, if you will, Randy. Chris says Zeep 180 at Magic Kingdom tomorrow? Oh boy, John, I would love to see that tomorrow. You got it. Stay tuned and find out, Chris. Or should I say, tune in and find out tomorrow. That's how I should say it. Tune in and find out tomorrow, Chris. That's better. Randy says signal is good. Thanks, Randy, for the update. Randy says might be slow walk to the outro. Possibly, Randy. Let's head to the hub here first, and I'll double check the power levels. You know what I really want to do? Shadow Black Mustang, I don't think is still joining us unless he's ninja watching. But we should get an update on the Astro Orbiter before we sign out or sign off, Randy. Trish Rubinall, welcome in, welcome back. Trish says, love the Jungle Cruise. Awesome, Trish. Thank you for being here. I like it when you're here. Disney Deb 71 says, we're at Epcot today, and it was very slow. 30-minute wait for Guardians. Isn't that crazy, Disney Deb 71? Chris says, I could add a title for the live stream, live, Disney World Magic Kingdom. Zeep 180 visits Magic Kingdom with John from Fun to Be Free. Possibly, Chris. We'll have to just, tune in tomorrow and find out. Randy says, God bless. John, stay safe, drive carefully, and get some rest. And like always, you knocked it out of the park. Kudos to FastPass, the Aaron Judge commercials, and to all the awesome chat members. Yeah, right, Randy. I second that. Auntie B says, only 4 more likes to go to get to 100. We can do it, guys. Okay, because Auntie B is insisting. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. If you're viewing us live right now, Auntie B is suggesting you need to smash that like button right now. Do it now. Let's go. Auntie B says we only need 4 more likes to get to our goal of 100. So do it now. Smash it good. We're here in front of the Walt and Mickey partner statue. I'll pause here for just a moment. We're entering the golden hour. Hey, John with Fun to Be Free calling all explorers. Now Auntie B says 2. Calling all explorers. If you're viewing us live right now and you haven't done so, Auntie B is requesting you need to smash the like button now. Do it now. Let's go. Only 2 more to go. Thank you, Auntie B, for the update. John with Fun to Be Free is toasting the Walt and Mickey. Okay, we're gonna come back down the ground level here. We'll head into Tomorrowland, over to Tomorrowland. Like I said before, is that a double negative? You get 2s in there, TO and a TO. We'll take one last look at the gorgeous Cinderella Castle with its iridescent color palette paint scheme. And the sun is, of course, just about to set here in Central Florida. Fastest Radio says, aw, shucks at Randy. Aw, shucks. Auntie B says, we could do it. Again, Auntie B's making an all call. Anybody viewing us live that hasn't done so yet, smash the like button in 3, 2, 1. Do it now. Let's go. We need to get to our goal of 100 likes for today. We're headed over into Tomorrowland, if you will. Sonic says, you have a 2, a 2, and a 2. Thank you, Sonic. That's spelled T-O and T-O-O and a T-W-O. Is there a T-W-A in there? Can I get a T-W-A? Or how about a TBD? To be announced. There's my LOL, Sonic. Bam. LOL. It's a long way to temporary, Sonic. It's a long, long way to Tipperary. Randy says, it's getting golden. It sure is. Not like urinator golden, but you know, the golden hour here at the Magic Kingdom, right, Randy? Oh, and you could listen, you could hear the BGM, you know, it transitions, if you will, from the hub into Tomorrowland. Above and overhead is the Tomorrowland marquee, sleek and white in design. Off in the distance is the Rocket Tower Plaza, now approaching Rocket Tower Station. I butchered that. But you can see the Astro Orbiter. Where's Shadow Black Mustang when you need him? We got a lot of jingle for the jangle with the construction crane located over to the right-hand side behind the construction walls that are grayish in color, if you will. Sonic says, Trans World Airlines, question mark? Sonic says, maybe? Sure. Z.80 says, John, we hope to see you at Magic Kingdom tomorrow. Stay tuned. Likewise, Z.80, stay tuned. Fast Pass Radio says, did someone say BGM? You nailed it, Fast Pass Radio. John with Fun to Be Free is just piping down to just enjoy this moment here. You can see the long shadows, the sun setting. We got a good background music loop. Fast Pass Radio's in the chat, admiring as well. So awesome. So awesome. I'm enjoying my cool and refreshing complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. We're approaching the launching pad, and directly above is the Astro Orbiter. That it's still, you know, under construction, if you will. They're lifting components from the ground level up to the, you know, upper level. Where these stairs go, they go up. Sonic says BGM equals Big Great Mountain. Oh, I'd say it's background music. Auntie B with an update says one more to go. Okay, John with Fun to Be Free calling all explorers. We just need one more like to hit our goal of 100. So anybody viewing the live chat, anybody, or I should say viewing us live or in the live chat right now, we need to smash that like button to get to our goal of 100 because Auntie B says we only need one more like to go. So smash it good. Do it now. Chris says, yeah, I cannot wait to meet Z.80. He's our special guest. Nailed it, Chris. Now is the best time. Now is the best time of your life. So you can see the crane slightly, barely poking out above the construction fence there. Oh, and NTB says, yay, we did it. 100 with big hearts. Well, thank you, NTB, for cheerleading and rallying. Thank you for everybody that we're able to get to our goal of 100 likes today. We're currently in Tomorrowland. We're checking out the construction for the Astro Orbiter, if you will. We're listening to the background music. Now is the best time of your life.
I think we'll have to check for like 5 minutes.
Randy says, yay, we made it. Sonic, thank you, Sonic. Sonic says the Astro Orbiter is under discombobulation, if you insist. But yeah, you're right, Sonic. So here we'll get a better shot, a better moment right here. Pan up. You can see the construction crane off to the left there, and the current phase of the construction process of the discombobulation overhead for the Astro Orbiter. NTB says 101, yay! Debbie says yay! Stevie says hooray! Free water for everyone! Stay hydrated, folks. Z.80 says we may need to have a snack in Chris Chavez's honor tomorrow. Possibly, Z.80. Possibly. So we have success. All right, we're slowly going to come back down the ground level. Hey, look at this. Paging Mr. Morrow, Mr. Tom Morrow. And I'm sure people in the chat will say something about that. All right. So we're going to head back over in this direction here. Chris says, righty, oh, Zeep 180. Randy says, as Shadow would say, that's a lot of jingle on the crane. That's right. Nailed it, Randy. Now is the best time. Oh boy, we got the golden hour. We have sun setting here in Tomorrowland. John with Fun to Be Free is putting on his Ray-Ban Wayfarers. I don't know where I should head to get out of the sun. Maybe this direction? Maybe the shortcut through Tomorrowland Terrace, maybe? Gotta get out of the sun. Hold on, I'm trying to get into the shade, if you will. Shield the camera. Zeep 180 says, now is the time. Now is the best time to ride the People Mover. Oh, Zeep 180. Maybe we'll ride the People Mover tomorrow. The camera battery levels are not looking too well, Zeep 180. It's a rather hot day today. It was 93, the max or the high, 93 degrees. When it's hot, Zeep 180, these batteries just don't want to charge. Specifically, the case today, the streamer phone and the main camera, the Pocket 3. But stay tuned and find out tomorrow. Will Zeep 180 and old Frankie Boy experience the People Mover? Tune in and find out. Randy says, that's Nate. Exactly, Randy. Fast Radio says something. Oh, we have the dessert party peoples in the house. Sonic says, John saying, Sonic saying, yay, we made it. He is losing his eyes, going in different directions in the chat. Oh, I'm cross-eyed now, Sonic? So we're coming back towards Main Street, USA, if you will. We can see a lot of cast members that make the magic. So I'll just say it out loud. Thank you for making the magic. Thank you for being here. Nice to see you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Have a great day. Bye-bye. All right. Let's get back to the chat, though.
Hello again.
Oh, hello. Nice to see you. Sonic says, John saying, Sonic saying, yay, we made it. He is losing his eyes, going in different directions in the chat. Got that? Okay. Chris says, maybe we can have ice cream with our best friend, Zeep 180, John. It could be our favorite dessert. Well, I do enjoy some ice cream. We are now approaching, of course, Edie's Ice Cream here on Main Street, USA, if you will. We don't have time to do it today, Chris, but, you know, stay tuned, maybe. We'll see. You just never know. Sonic says, yes, you are cross-eyed, if you insist. Zeep 180 says, it depends on what Frank is in the mood for. That's right, Zeep 180. It all depends on Frankie Boy. Remember, Frankie Boy's, you know, he runs the show. Get the hook. Exit stage left. Look, isn't it odd? There is no queue here for Edie's Ice Cream. Isn't that crazy? Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. May I ask you a question? Where is everybody?
I don't know.
It's very strange, don't you say?
I do.
Have a great day. Thank you for making the magic. Bye-bye. No, it's very weird. There's usually like people out the door here. Ooh. Here, we'll get a quick shot what it looks like on the interior. That is not a long... Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Thanks for making the magic. But yeah, that's not a long line at all, folks. Not a long line at all here on Main Street, USA. We got an unhappy camper in the house. You ever seen the shirts that says Happy Camper over from, you know, Disney's Fort Wilderness? I like those shirts. Chris says, okay, we'll try tomorrow for some ice cream. Maybe. You just never know. Just never know. Tune in and find out, Chris. We're now on Main Street, USA. We're headed south towards Town Square. People that have joined John with Fun to Be Free in my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6 or old Frankie Boy, they know the routine. They know what's a-coming here. But if you've just joined us, or if you're new to the channel, today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. Bob Iger responds to Elephant in the Room. Again, today's video topic, Walt Disney World, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. Bob Iger responds to Elephant in the Room? If you're just joining us, once this live stream concludes in a few moments, you could always be kind and rewind, start the video over, check out all the details in regards to the elephant in the room, or the heffalumps and woozles, if you will. Randy says, if there's no line at Starbucks, it's off. You want me to go back and just look, Randy, just because? Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. We're going to turn around. We're going to head towards Starbucks, just because Randy said that. We'll head towards Starbucks. We'll check out the crowd levels, that is. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. So Randy, we're headed back to Starbucks or the Main Street Bakery. Well, let's take a look at the attendance levels on the interior. Okay, here at the Main Street Bakery, let's push in, see what we're dealing with. Hello, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Oh, Randy, look at this. The crowd levels are quite low. I'll pause here and I'll gently pan over to the right-hand side. Is this what you were expecting, Randy? It's not bad in here at all. Not bad at all. I'll pause for just one more moment. This is very light. This is very unusual, if you will, for the Main Street Bakery or the Starbucks here on Main Street, USA. We're slowly gonna turn around, if you will, head back outside, back to Main Street, USA. I'm carefully looking at the camera levels. We'll have enough to do the outro. We'll be fine still. Okay, we're headed again south towards Town Square, as I call it, Christmas Tree Point. Hello, though. Nice to see you.
I love the girl.
John with Fun to Be Free's here every day at 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Where are you from?
Buffalo. Where are you from?
Southern California. I used to work at Disneyland.
Nice.
Now we go live here at Walt Disney World. Enjoy your stay. Randy says, nah. Randy says, oh well, that's the emptiest I've seen it, but that AC feels great. It does, Randy. Yeah, and the levels, the attendance levels, the crowd levels, very low. I'm starting to get very concerned, Randy, about the low attendance levels here. We should be seeing a lot of international travelers right now, especially from United Kingdom. I have seen them, I've heard them in the parks, but it's nowhere near the levels of last summer and previously 2 summers ago. 2 summers ago, I couldn't walk anywhere around the resort here at Walt Disney World Resort and not hear people from United Kingdom. But now, very rare. They're here, but not as much, Randy. I'm popping up on the curb on Christmas Tree Point. I'm actually flipping the DJI Pocket 3 camera around, and I'm hiding it with the secondary camera, just in case you're wondering. I'll check the chat just one more moment here. Randy says, might be a slow summer. You might be onto something, Randy. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free, coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let me turn slightly so you can see the gorgeous Cinderella Castle off in the distance there during this golden hour at the Magic Kingdom. But tomorrow, we're gonna have a couple of special guest stars back on Fun to Be Free. That, of course, is Zeep 180 and Disney Deb 71. So you want to ensure to tune in and find out where we'll head for tomorrow's adventure with Zeep 180 and Disney Deb. Let me turn a little bit more so you can get a better shot of the castle there. But at any rate, I want to say thank you for watching today. We'll go live tomorrow, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Where? Probably the Magic Kingdom, but you just never know, because of course Zeep 180 and Disney Deb will be here at the Magic Kingdom, but you never know, we might be in the area, we might take transportation to come over here. You just, tune in and find out tomorrow. But I also wanted to mention, I'm gonna sign off right now, so I'm doing the outro as we speak. but I wanted to do a shout out to Cruise and Theme Park Guide. So that's Cruise and Theme Park Guide. Sierra is live right now somewhere in the Magic Kingdom. I was hoping to run into Sierra from Cruise and Theme Park Guide, but as it turns out we didn't have the opportunity today. But once my live stream concludes, click down below in the description box, click on Cruise and Theme Park Guide, Sierra's channel, and you could view her live at the Magic Kingdom as I sign off right now. So shout out to Cruise and Theme Park Guide. Go check out Sierra on Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and of course give her a like and subscribe and support your local live stream. But thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you to my new subscribers. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. for Zeep 180 and Disney Dev 71 here at the Magic Kingdom. Bye bye, everyone. Take